What up? What up? What up? Welcome to another episode of the Sports PSP podcast. Although tonight is a Thursday night, the name of the episode is called Dirty Thursday. But as always, we are the highlight of Friday nights. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic day, coming off work, school, whatever the case may be. Hope everyone is taking the day off, hopefully getting their early paycheck, taking care of bills, taking care of whatever things they're trying to do. Sooner or later, maybe do some premature shopping because Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, you know how them sales are on them stuff. But of course, I am doing great. The Baltimore Ravens episode almost now 30,000 views. So we're gonna do everything we can to keep it up. But of course, I cannot do the Sports PSP podcast without my panel. One half of the panel, he is from Georgia, Madison, Georgia. Correct me if I'm wrong. He is a girl
That's right.
dad. He is everything. He is Mr. Atlanta. He is Falcons fan. He is a Hawks fan. I'm sure he is a Braves fan. Everything Atlanta. A Georgia Bulldogs fan. All of that and then some. The one and only BRF Sports. How you doing, brother?
Man, it feels good to have an intro kind of on the level of champ. I'm flattered. I am flattered. You know what? I take that with some pride. You know what? That's why you my guy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, PSP. You know what, man? It's been a good week. It's been a good week. I can't complain. Work's been going pretty good this week. Definitely happy about Monday night I'm happy for Monday night for obvious reasons. But I mean, it's been a good week. Life is good. I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be. I'm blessed to be above ground and to do one of my favorite things on the week, and that's be a part of one of the best podcasts in the world right now. We talking sports PSP. We talking my brother. We talking my Jersey brother PSP, and we talking my Georgia brother Champ. I mean, what more can you ask? What more can you ask? It's an honor to be here, and I'm ready to get it rolling. How y'all brothers doing?
We are doing terrific. And of course, we cannot do the Sports PSP podcast without my main man, all the way from Columbus, Georgia. He is the 4-time college degree champion. He is a military man and veteran. He is the Al Roker of journalism. He is the young Charles Barkley. He looks like the little brother of Mark Henry. He has a big birthday coming up, and his beautiful sister, shout out to the great Ace, is going to have a good time with him. He is Mama Champ's number one favorite son. He is all that. He is the young Al Green. He is also, by the way, if I may add, he is the ladies' resource for dark chocolate. He is the love chocolate to all the women out there. He is going to be blasted. He is he is the patron for daiquiri and po' boys. He is Mr. Know-It-All. He is the love chocolate. The one and only undisputed world champ, the big fella. How you doing?
I'm good. I can't even. I cannot keep a straight face.
Hey, the ladies can't resist all that chocolate, huh?
Oh boy,
it's a lot.
Boy, underdog, put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah, we're gonna put that on a t-shirt.
Just ask this woman right there.
Yeah. Oh, that is amazing.
That was incredible.
That was incredible. I can't even keep a straight face. Glad to be here, man. Thank you for pushing up the show. I don't like to miss episodes, and but I appreciate it. And look, I'm just glad to be here, man. What a good way to start off the weekend, man. Gonna be a good weekend, and I'm just happy to be around, man. I'm happy to be around. As you all know, man, I'm a war veteran. Didn't think I'd make it this far. Didn't think think I make it this far. So I'm grateful to be here. God bless me to be here another year. So yeah, like I said, I'm a war veteran, so I didn't. There was some times where I was like, "Holy crap!" But I'm grateful. I'm grateful. But thank you for that marvelous introduction, man. Hey, happy birthday to you as well, man.
Absolutely.
I'm
Leave
proud
a
of
brother.
yes. 1 year. I'm gonna take you from the friendly confines of your comfort zone up there in Jersey. We're gonna bring you down to the Clay territory. You know, we're gonna take you to Magic City. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna take you from the friendly confines of there, then we're gonna bring you to Magic City. But
If
yeah.
Lotto's there, I'm definitely going.
Yeah, man. Look, hey man, look, you got Lotto, I'll take Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? We could two man that thing. We go on that glorified two-man power trip, you know what I'm saying?
Not the
Definitely.
2-man power trip. Oh man.
On that glorified two-man power trip, you know what I'm saying?
Well, just make sure our good friend Brandon from the block, because without him, we wouldn't be involved with the group chat. Because shout out to Brandon from the block.
Yeah.
Just make sure he has Chloe Bailey or Glorilla. So we want to make sure that Brandon is taken care of.
Gosh.
But man, yes, Chet mentioned my birthday was October the 12th. Shout out to Mama PSP doing her thing. I give you a hell of a hard time. I mean, I know that Champ will tell you that he'll do the exact thing with his mother from time to time. But hey, thank you, Mom, for always being there for me through good and bad. And shout out to the other beautiful sister, as well as Angie, the great D. Shout out to D, man. Does her part also, Champ. She says happy birthday to you as well. Love to talk to you soon.
All right, now. Thanks, D. I really appreciate it, man. Hey, man. Yeah, man. Great people around. That's the greatest gift that you can ask for, man. Great people around. But there's some evil people in this world. If you don't believe it, watch your television. We'll leave it at that. Leave it at that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the story for another day. We don't need to go any further, but let's enjoy the show. Let's enjoy October. Man, it was a tough day for me Monday night. The Bears and Commanders game. This is what I was doing most of the night that night after that game.
But
Up Chuck.
Look, man, look, it's just one game. I deal with tons of crazy Chicago Bears fans. You got to give Chicago their credit. I thought Caleb Williams played really smart. Didn't turn the ball over. That was one of the reasons why Chicago won. They took care of the turnover battle. Washington, in the first 5 games, they only committed 5 turnovers. And in that game against the Bears, they committed 3. Albeit it was rainy, but still, I just didn't like the fact that we did have an 8-point lead. And I felt like we should have kept the momentum going. But Champ, like I said, you constantly talk about the offensive line, how they cannot throw behind his back. That defensive line, they got to find a way from Washington to get pressure. And if they can't stop the run, you're asking a world of trouble, because if you give Caleb Williams a running attack with DeAndre Swift from, of course, your Georgia Bulldogs, and if the defensive line is not doing its part to get after Caleb Williams, I'm sorry. But look, I was very upset, very disappointed, because we should have won that game. But still in all, you just got to give your hat to Chicago. But I'm over that now because I got bigger fish to fry. That's my mentality. We got Dallas this Sunday at Dallas, which is no joke, because we all know how good Dallas is at home. They have not lost one game at home this season, even with the Green Bay game that ended up in a tie. And Dak Prescott, had it not been for Baker Mayfield, we would have more discussions about Dak Prescott as the front runner for the league MVP. Because if you look at his numbers, he's been balling. And now they have CD Lamb from my Oklahoma Sooners, who's coming back. And yes, just like Washington, my Oklahoma Sooners suffered an embarrassing loss to the Texas Longhorns. Just like this one, that's exactly how I was feeling. But thank God for Mama Champ. She got me through the night. I had a couple of margaritas from Bunny's. That's a good spot in South Orange, New Jersey. Good bar, restaurant, food, whatever the case may be. Shout out to the great staff. But BRF Sports, I'm gonna let you go first. What were your results? What were your thoughts about the Bears Commanders game?
Just looking back at highlights and just analyzing the game, Washington just shot themselves in the foot too many times. I mean, you would think a team as prolific and as creative and as dynamic as the Washington Commanders are with their running attack, you're up 24-16. I'm finding all ways possible to kill the clock. I'm not giving Chicago, even with the rain, I'm finding better ways to call plays to not put yourselves in a situation where you have a chance to turn the ball over, even with it being rainy. But I mean, shout out to the Bears, man. I mean, they were able to take advantage. They were able to make plays. They were able to take advantage of Washington's mishaps. And shout out to Ben Johnson. He called a pretty good game. He called a good game. But just some of the creativity he had in his play calling, like the one particular play where they scored, where Caleb Williams scored that one touchdown, where they almost ran like a college style option kind of in a way with DeAndre Swift as the lead blocker. Creativity in the play calling. That's what you expect from someone with the mind of a Ben Johnson. We've seen that the last few years in Detroit. He's one of the best play callers in the game when everything up and running, and he's really he's established a matchup he wants to exploit. He's very good at exploiting that. And with the Washington Commanders, it is still their run defense. It is still their run defense. And the Bears defense as well. They were making plays. Jaquan Brisker got that really nice interception to kind of, in a way, set the tone as far as how the game was going to be played. Like I said, I treat that game as, but Washington just shot themselves in the foot way too many times, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had a decent game, got over 60 yards. I feel like they could have. That fumble killed. Yeah, that fumble was like you don't necessarily want to say the death nail, but I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, it pretty much turned the tide completely in the Chicago Bears' favor from that point on, and the momentum was clearly on their side, and they were able to take it. They were able to take it and win that game. But yeah, shout out to Ben Johnson. Shout out to Caleb Williams playing smart football, not putting them, not taking unnecessary risks, not turning the ball over. I think Chicago, from in that weather, played about as good and clean a game as you could have played in that type of scenario, in that type of weather, particularly being on the road in Washington, where Washington, I feel like Washington has one of the more underrated, as far, I feel like they have one of the more underrated home field advantages in the league. I don't think that's crazy to say. They have a pretty good fans base, and when they get up in there and when they get in that stadium, they can get loud and they can cause ruckus and they can cause things to swing in the Commanders' favor. They have a very underrated fan base. I look at Washington, and if they're going to really truly contend for the NFC East, because I mean, let's face it, Philly's not exactly running away with the division. Dallas is playing really good football, but that's just on the offensive side of the ball because their defense is still horrible. Defense is horrible. And the Giants, I've been on the Giants, in particular their front seven. I think they have a top five in terms of talent wise. I think they have a top five pass rush in football when you take into account Thibodeau and Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence, and they throw Abdul Carter in the mix. They have a ferocious pass rush who can get after anybody. And now, if their offense is going to start to pick up, even without Malik Neighbors, when you have Jackson Dart playing good football as a rookie, you have Cam Scatterboo playing really good football as a rookie, and then you have a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson, who's like I mentioned before, he's stepping up in the place of Malik Neighbors.
Don't forget Tracy. Tracy may come back.
Yeah, Tyrone Tracy, who was slated to be the number one running back this year before he got hurt. You get him back, that just adds more depth to your offense. So don't look now. This NFC East, might actually be a little wide open.
No, it's wide open.
I do still think when all is said and done and when the smoke clears, I still think it's the Philadelphia Eagles division to take because I do still think they are the most talented team in that division. And I do think right now they're coasting, but I do think they're going to find the gear. And I think when they find the gear, I don't think there's another team in the division that can touch them. But with that being said, if you're going to touch the Eagles, now's the best time to touch them because they're not playing good football. But that game between the Bears and Commanders was a really good game. It was a fun game, even with the weather aside. Washington really, to me, should have won. I think they should have personally won that game. They just shot him in the foot too many times, and you cannot give an offensive coordinator like Ben Johnson extra chances because eventually he will find something to exploit. He's going to take advantage of it. And that's what ultimately led to them coming back and winning that game on that field goal by Jake Moody. And shout out to Jake Moody. I mean, San Francisco just kicks you to the curb. And then you find a spot in Chicago, you're playing good, and you're kicking the ball well, you're playing good football. So shout out to Jake Moody for hitting that game-winning kick. But, yeah, that was a game Washington really had in the palm of their hands, and they let it slip. But I do think they can bounce back. But I tell you what, Washington, Dallas this Sunday, from what I've seen from the odds makers and all that, they have the highest over/under on the entire Sunday slate. So do not be surprised if both teams put up 30 in this game because I don't think neither defense is going to show up. Don't be surprised if both teams get 30. So I'm expecting an OK Corral type shootout between those two teams. But Washington should have won. Washington should have won that game Monday night. They shot themselves in the foot too many times. And shout out to Chicago for taking advantage.
Well, Washington is considered a 1.5-point favorite in that game against the Dallas Cowboys. I don't understand why, given how excellent Dallas has been at home. And plus, Dallas is also coming off a disappointing loss against the Carolina Panthers, who the two of y'all should know because, after all, Carolina gave Atlanta, it was 30-0. Yeah. But listen, when Chicago runs the ball, when DeAndre Swift 14 carries for 108 yards, and when you're not asking Caleb Williams to throw the football that much, he only threw it 29 times, only completed 17 of his passes. But when you're playing situational football, management football, you're going to win a lot of games when you do you're going to win a lot of games just like that. And when you don't commit turnovers, you're going to win. That's what's disappointing. I mean, that late turnover by Jaden Daniels, I wasn't anticipating that. And at some point in time, if I'm the offensive coordinator, or if I'm Dan Quinn, if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, you got to take some snaps with Jaden Daniels under the center at some point, because it can't just all be from plays just from the shotgun. When you know if it's a game with rain and stuff like that. No, I'm not asking Jaden Daniels to take a tush push like Jalen Hurts, because obviously, even though Jaden Daniels is 6'4", he is a lanky dude. Jalen Hurts is a legit 6'1", 223 with that offensive line. So it's easy for them to do the tush push. But at some point in time, I need to see Jaden Daniels take more snaps from under the center. Now, he's in a good situation, as well as Cliff Kingsbury, because Jaden Daniels is coachable. Champ has been on the record saying that Jaden Daniels obviously is more coachable than Kyler Murray. And so far, it's been proven. But I need to see more from Jaden Daniels under the center to take his game to the next level, because dare I say, is he suffering from a sophomore slump? Because he's missed a couple of games this season due to injury. And on top of that, we're seeing other guys on the offensive side step up. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, known as Bill, Debo, he's having a really solid season so far. And Terry McLaurin has also had injuries himself too. And they still have Zach Ertz. They also have Jeremy McNichols, who I really like a lot. But I just need to see more. I need to see more creativity from Cliff Kingsbury. But in that situation, it was just inexcusable. And I felt like, look, it's still early in the season. It's only 3-3. Like you said, DRF, it's wide open in the NFC East. Don't be surprised if the Giants actually win the division. And imagine how the Giants would be I'm sorry. I got to say it, Chip. Imagine how the Giants would be if they have Malik Neighbors had it not been for injury. Imagine how explosive that offense would be with Dart, with Scatterboo, with Neighbors, with Robinson. That is a dangerous duo. We talk about the Eagles duo and the Commanders duo and the Cowboys duo. Don't sleep or underestimate the Giants duo. But I think for the Commanders, I hope this was somewhat of a wake-up call for them. They need to make some adjustments. They got to find a way to stop the running game. They're 21st in the NFL as far as rushing defense. I mean, it's a slight improvement so far because last year they were 30th in the NFL in rushing defense. But when you go up against a team, and the scary part is Saquon still hasn't had a great game so far this season. Imagine what Saquon's going to do against the Commanders. Or Scatterboo when he faces them at MetLife. So, big fella, what are your thoughts?
When you put yourself in a position to lose, you may lose, unfortunately. That's what happened to the Washington Commanders, unfortunately. Look, you had the game won. You had it in hand. And the rain, yes, that's going to play a factor at the end. But when chaos and things beyond your control start to strike, that's when you have to be more careful than ever. And unfortunately, the Washington Commanders were not able to be as careful as they needed to be. As far as him always in the shotgun, I think that's Cliff Kingsbury protection for him. The offensive line is still coming along, I will say, and they're trying to give him a little bit more time back there before, somebody can just rush him versus him being under the sun and having to take those 3 to 4 steps drops. Plus, when Terry McLaurin gets back, he'll have his speedster back in order to stretch the field. And as fast as Terry McLaurin is, then guess what? He'll be able to get down that field in the time that he need him to be. So I really think that he's just trying to protect Jaden Daniels with him being in the shotgun all the time. But to your point, PS, you can't do that all the time. You can't make the shotgun your pace offense. That's not
too predictable.
Yeah, it's way too predictable. And you can't run because you can't. It's not easy to get a running play off every single play. You can't run RPOs and options and stuff like that every single play. But eventually, the team's going to get or halfback draw. So eventually, you're going to get caught up. But turnovers. Shouldn't have let them hang around that long, and should have been able to hold on to the ball just a little bit longer. And that was basically it. It's not this big old. It's just simple turnovers. You gotta be careful with that ball. That's how come when you play football, you train for every single scenario. That's how come they wet the ball, during time so you can throw it, so you can practice holding on to it. That's why they do that. So just in case it starts raining, starts snowing, or starts sleeting, you're able to hold on to it, and you're already prepared for that moment. But unfortunately, the moment was too big for them, and they wasn't able to hold on to it. But they have NFC East right now is one of the more competitive divisions at this point. They're very, very competitive. You have some of the high-powered offenses in the league. These guys can put up points. The Giants are slowly but surely coming into their own with Jackson, Dart, Cam, Scatterboo. To your point, PSP. You have Dallas. Although they can't stop a nosebleed at this point with a bale of cotton, they're not going to. It's just, they can score with the best of them. They can put up some points. It's with CeeDee Lamb coming back. It's interesting because the thing is, with CeeDee Lamb coming back, you're asking yourself this: is he going to add more to the firepower, or is he going to disrupt the chemistry between
Dak and George Pickens?
Yes.
And George Pickens, to his credit, has played outstanding.
Yes. So I'm really, really looking at that very, very closely because now you got to feed 2 guys. And George Pickens has had, his career high was 6 touchdowns. He's already scored that already this year. So you got to ask yourself, is this going to be, the beginning of something special, or is this going to be a disruption? And, is it time, and with the chemistry that Dak has with George Pickens, is it time to go ahead and get him re-signed before it's too late? That's a whole nother ball game. But there's a lot to be said about the NFC East, man. The NFC East is very competitive. There's a lot of high-powered offense in the league that needs to go on. But a lot of times, the thing is, it seems like the entire division is suffering from one thing. That's lackluster defense. Granted, it's not as bad as it was before. It's not as bad. Granted, the Eagles are not as bad, but it's like it's not the Philadelphia Eagles that we're used to. You're used to that stifling defense of Philadelphia. When you think about the Washington Commanders, good but not stifling. When you think about the Dallas Cowboys, you can pretty much take the defense and throw it out of the window. They just show up on the field in order to see if they can slow somebody down.
2018, that was their best time on defense that year. They had a really good defense, and Champ, you would know for a fact because remember there was a Thursday night football game against New Orleans Saints at Dallas. Drew Brees at that point, I believe he was the front runner for the league MVP, and because he struggled in that game, nationally televised game against the Dallas Cowboys with DeMarcus Lawrence and Leighton Vander Esch, who was a rookie at that time. Sooner or later, Patrick Mahomes was now in the driver's seat for the league MVP back in 2018, his first year as a starter.
Yes. So that's what the NFC East has in common. A lot of shaky defenses. You got to ask yourself, is the Eagles declining or is this just a shakeup at this point? But like I said, it's a lot of lackluster defense as far as the NFC East, with the exception of, I will say, the Giants, because the only thing that they needed was the offense to be able to keep up. But if they start getting on as far as these pass rushers are concerned, they have a potential to do some damage. But as far as offense is concerned, the NFC East is where it's at. So it's going to be interesting to see how it comes down to the nitty-gritty.
I still believe that the Commanders will be fine. Even if they lose against the Dallas Cowboys, I wouldn't be surprised, although they're a 1.5-point favorite. But at the same time, Dallas is just so explosive on offense. Dak Prescott, I mean, if you look at it so far this season, 12 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. But Dorrance Armstrong, a key guy for the Washington Commanders, leads the team in sacks about 5.5. If he can find a way to get after Dak Prescott, because, again, the offensive line at times, they've done their part protecting Dak Prescott. But we just got to stop the running game. That's the thing. Now, fortunately for us, for Washington, they don't have that running game like they once had, from DeMarco Murray to Ezekiel Elliott now. I mean, Enrico Dowdle just reminded them just how good he was because, man, he torched that Dallas Cowboys defense. Once again, I mean, he had another dominant game after the Miami Dolphins game. If you thought that was it, oh, wait, I have another thing coming. And I hope for Corey Krosky-Merritt and for Jeremy McNichols, they may have a chance. Because with the two of them, go back to what they did against the Chargers. That's the type of performance that they need to have. If they can find a way to get the running game going, Jaden Daniels, again, I'm not asking him to do too much. I just need you to do one thing. Please protect the football. I can't have another game of you committing 3 or 4 turnovers and we expecting to win that game, because the first 5 games for Washington, they only committed 3 turnovers. And again, he is suffering from somewhat of a sophomore slump because, again, that knee injury, that sprained knee injury. And again, I need to see more play calling, more creativity from Cliff Kingsbury as far as taking snaps under the center. But the weather won't play a factor because, again, it is indoor, it is at Jerry World. And, of course, there's going to be some Commanders fans that's going to be in that game because even though it's at Dallas, don't be surprised. If it was a 49ers Dallas game, don't be surprised for 1 second that 49ers fans are going to be there in that game, man. But I hope for the Commanders will move on. So I just need to move on. Thank God for God, man, because it was a hard time for me that Monday night. But look, I felt as angry as y'all were when Atlanta got blown out by the Carolina Panthers 30-0. That's how frustrated I was that night. But speaking of y'all Atlanta Falcons, PRF, I'll let you go first. Y'all did y'all thing against the Buffalo Bills. Y'all called it as far as with the rushing defense with Bijan Robinson and with Tyler Algier. I mean, it could have been even much worse for the Buffalo Bills had Drake London had scored that touchdown on that last play in the first half. But a couple of turnovers y'all had against Josh Allen. He had 2 turnovers in that game. Michael Penix Jr., you didn't have to ask that much from him. He played good. He played solid. And Atlanta, scary defense. Your thoughts?
Well, okay. Quick checklist from everything I called. Michael Penix wasn't going to throw the ball more than 35 times. Check. Tyler Algier and Bijan, they did not get 15 carries each, but they both touched the ball enough to make an impact in terms of both of them being on the field. Bijan having like one of the games of the year, 238 total yards on 25 touches.
I'm just laughing at Champ right now because I'm trying to figure out, is he trying to order some food at Daiquiris and Po' Boys or something, or he's just taking down the notes?
No, I'm messing with BRF. It's part of the show. Go ahead.
Good.
All right, but anyway, so like I said, Bijan goes off for 238 on 25 touches, and that ridiculous 81-yard touchdown is about as effortless a run I've seen all year. And then Tyler Algier getting 10 carries, and I mean I think he got like 11 or 12 touches in his own right, but he was able to score a touchdown. And late in the game, he does what he does best, beating down a Buffalo Bills defense that has been suspect, to say the least, against the run this season. So pretty much the way I called the Falcons that were going to win this game happened, and then add to the fact. Here's a stat for you. The Atlanta Falcons, as a defense this season so far, have yet to yield a 200-yard passer, a 100-yard rusher, and a 100-yard receiver in 5 games all season.
Damn.
Neither one has happened yet. They haven't let a quarterback go for 200 yards. They haven't let a running back go for 100 yards, and they haven't let a receiver go for 100 yards in any of their games so far this season.
Since the season opener.
Since the season opener, they have not let that happen. It's craziness. It's insane. But yeah, Baker might have gotten it. Baker might have gotten it, but outside of that, no 100-yard rushers and no 100-yard receivers. They've been that dominant. It's been insane. It's been insane how good they've been.
Baker didn't get it. Actually, believe it or not, you know how many yards he threw in that game against y'all?
Baker. Yeah, he threw 3 touchdowns, but he didn't get 200 yards.
$167.
He went for so he didn't get 200 yards either. And everybody continues to make light of the fact that the Falcons lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers. They did that on 224 total yards of offense. That game was just Atlanta making boneheaded mistakes, and Zach Robinson in my opinion, having his worst play calling game of his short career so far, being the Falcons offensive coordinator. So, it's just the Falcons. That defense has been clicking on a level we have not seen down here since the John Abraham days. Just whether it's Jalen Walker, whether it's James Pierce Jr., whether it's Leonard Floyd, whether it's Arnold Ebiketie, whether it's Caden Ellis. And whether it's David Onyemata, whether it's Brandon Dorless, whether it's Ruka Rohoro. Just it's pass rush upon pass rush upon pass rush, which is something, and Champ knows this, something we've been asking for as Falcons fans for years. And they have absolutely just blown the doors off with just how good their pass rush has been so far. I feel like Jeff Ulbrich, I think if there's an assistant coach of the year award, Jeff Ulbrich, in my opinion, has that locked hands down so far with what he's done as the defensive coordinator of the Falcons. Just so much creativity as far as his pass rush is concerned. And then add to the fact they got AJ Terrell back. Keon Coleman might as well just have been a ghost Sunday night. He was non-existent because AJ was on him pretty much the majority of the game. And shout out to D. Alford. D. Alford has been playing his butt off this year. He's one of the more improved defensive players in the league this year. 6 tackles, 3 pass breakups, a sack, a pick. He did everything. He did everything for them. But honestly, that game was Bijan Robinson might be the best overall player in the National Football League. he might be the best overall player in the National Football League. I mean, he has no weaknesses. He's obviously a great runner between the tackles. He's obviously great outside the tackles. His pass blocking, he's already one of the premier pass blockers at running back in the league. If he's not already the best pass blocking running back in the league. And he's an elite receiver out of the backfield. He can run routes. He can obviously catch the ball out the backfield, but he can also run routes, and he can also take one of your linebackers out of their front. I mean, just basically, he is a matchup nightmare for any defensive coordinator. He is the kind of guy that makes a defensive coordinator they can't sleep for the entire week because they're figuring out how to defend him. And Michael Penix Jr. This is another one of those games where he didn't have to do too much. He went 20 and 32, 250 yards, and a touchdown. He played an efficient game. There was still a little bit of shoddy play calling from Zach Robinson, in particular late in the game. Why are you throwing the ball? Why are you throwing the ball, having a lead like that late in the game when you need to be running and killing clock? You have no business to be throwing the ball. You should be running at all times. That game was just predicated on how good Atlanta's rushing attack is, and that defense just continuing to improve. And the crazy thing about that defense is they're still going to get pieces back. They're going to get Troy Anderson back. They're going to get Braylon Trice back. So that's just more athleticism and more speed that they're going to add to a front seven that's already been playing as arguably been the best in the league so far. It's insane how good the Falcons defense has been so far. Now, granted, it's only been 5 games, but there's no reason they've shown me nothing to think that they're going to have a negative regression because of just how disciplined they are on defense, how they're communicating with each other very well. I mean, Caden Ellis just continues to show people how good he is. And right now, that defense is one of the scariest units in the league to make Josh Allen look like a pedestrian at quarterback. The reigning defending MVP, they made him look pedestrian at the quarterback position. So shout out to the Falcons for playing a hell of a game. This is arguably their biggest home game in a long, long time, and they came and they showed up. And they played really, really good football. And now you move on. You get the San Francisco 49ers in San Francisco Sunday night. I mean, it's just a matter of them getting better. As far as the Bills are concerned, I wouldn't full on hit the panic button yet. But I would be a little worrisome, obviously because of that run defense. But I mean, it's almost as if like Joe Brady and that offense as a whole, they need to figure out ways to get guys like Keon Coleman, guys like Khalil Shakir, guys like Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox when he's available. They need to figure out ways to get them to the ball more efficiently when teams are basically aiming to be like, okay, James Cook is not going to beat us. Josh Allen, we know how good you are, but we know how good your receivers are not. So we're going to take James Cook out of the game, and we're going to make you beat us with that crew of receivers you have, because we don't trust you nor them with that talent of receivers you got. So we're going to take James Cook out, and we're going to make you see what you can do with this talent. And I'm not saying Atlanta laid out a blueprint, but I mean it's mainly just everything, like their concepts, how they just confuse Josh Allen in so many different ways, making him, it was like you saw it like TikTok, a lot of different, content creators, how they were analyzing it, basically confusing the absolute mess out of Josh Allen, thinking he's seeing one coverage, not seeing another one, thinking he's about to see 6 or 7 blitzers. He's only getting 4 rushes, people dropping back into coverage. I mean, that was just a flawless call game by Jeff Ulbrich. And like I said, he's the assistant coach of the year in the National Football League after so far. So just a really good game by the Falcons. And if I'm the Bills and I'm Joe Brady, I'm figuring out a way to be more efficient in my passing play calling. When teams are going to aim to take James Cook out, you got to figure out a way to get Keon Coleman the ball. You got to figure out a way to get Shakir the ball, Kincaid. you have a guy like Josh Allen, so I'm not going to hit the full panic button on them yet because I feel like Joe Brady is still a good enough offensive coordinator to where he can figure out a better way to get these guys the ball when the running game isn't working. So I'm not going to hit the panic button on them yet, but I would be a little worried. That game was more about the Atlanta Falcons showing up and showing out as opposed to the Buffalo Bills losing that game because more media is still talking about the Bills and not necessarily talking about how the Atlanta Falcons dominated that game from first quarter to fourth quarter. So that all in all, that was a nice coming out party as a Falcons fan watching that game on Monday night. That was a nice coming out party for the Atlanta Falcons and particularly that defense on a national stage like that to really show out and, put a hurting on the league MVP like that. That's a statement win. And I am definitely happy to say I was proud of my boys Monday night. That was a hell of a performance. And we'll kind of see where they go and see if they can build off of it.
Champ?
PRL. You remember that 2014 that we had, right? That 2004 defensive line. Remember Brady Smith?
Yes. Rod. It was like Rod Coleman,
Patrick Coleman,
yeah,
and Patrick Kearney. This reminds me of that team a little bit. Yeah, this reminds me of that team a little bit. It reminds me of that team a little bit. It's like it's damn sure reminds me because I remember when Grady Jackson, he was the run stuffer. Rod Coleman, he was the pass rusher. Don't forget Patrick Kearney and Brady Smith. They were the bookends before unfortunately for Brady Smith, who was a very good player. Unfortunately, Jonathan Abraham came in and took over that position. So this team as far as deep, and don't forget about Keith Brookins, man. Keith Brookins was one of the most underrated linebackers in the league during that time, especially when they switched him over to middle linebacker and not have him running outside. Like Dan, unfortunately, the great Dan Reeves had. Granted, he was still good during that time, but I think the 3-4 took some years off his career. But this definitely reminds me of that team, man, that 2014. They're very, very feisty. They can make plays. They can run that damn ball. And that was the cornerstone of that team back in 2004, although we did have Vicky in the back position. Well, our cornerstone was running that ball. And I don't look. Does Al Jordan look kind of like TJ out there?
He's a better player than TJ. But I know I get where you're coming from. The similarities is there, but the similarities is there. Yeah, the similarities there, but he's a better running back than TJ Duckett was.
He's more shifty than TJ, I think.
He way more shifty than TJ. TJ used to just run straight ahead. But yeah, I used to love TJ Duckett.
And remember, he also back, even though I don't think he was on that 2014. Later on with the Falcons champ. Remember Michael Turner? How good those days, Michael Turner?
Yes, indeed, man. Hey, man, Atlanta is a running back factory, man. I don't care what you have. We gonna draft a good running back. I don't care what we do. You can go all the way back to William Andrews. You can come all the way up back to Jamal Anderson, Devontae Freeman. Get Michael Turner. Jerry Norwood. You name them. Tevin Coleman. We could draft the hell out of some good running backs. So give their franchise credit where credit's due. But this team kind of reminds me of that 2014 itself. These rookies, man. Look, BRF kept telling me, man, and I will give him credit where credit is due all season long, man, because I want to look. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like, look, go out in free agency and break the damn bank, especially once Christian Wilkins got released. I'm like, man, go get it. And I kept paying. And remember, BRF kept telling me, don't do that, champ. We fine. Just go ahead, stick with the defense that you got. Because I was like, man, we got this big old defensive tackle that just got released by the Raiders, man. Go get it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. Just break the bank. But hey, thankfully, I got people that are smarter than I am in the form of football, bro. I got people who are smarter than I am, and that's what you need to have around. People who are smarter than you. Because, like I said, I'd have been the general manager. I was like, shit, let's go get Christian Wilkinson. Let's go see who else out here in free agency to go along with the players that we have, because I was concerned about the hole that Grady Jarrett had left. But, yeah, thankfully we didn't go do that, man. Bijan definitely needs to be in MVP conversations, though, man.
Mm-hmm.
I really think that needs to happen. That needs to be happening a little bit more. I hate the fact that, and the thing is, be grateful that Tyler Allgeier takes away some of his carries late in the game. Be grateful, because it could get a lot worse. It almost got a lot worse. They would have kept giving him the ball, it would have got a lot worse. So, yeah. But Tyler Allgeier, he's definitely a key component of that defense, of that offense, excuse me. Like I said, he kind of reminds me of T.J. Duckett, but a hell of a lot more athletic and a lot more in shape. But I really believe that this team has a chance in order to make the playoffs. I'm not going to sit around here and be singing all types of nonsense because that's not what I do. But I think if we can keep this up, we definitely have a chance. Zach Robinson really needs to work on his play calling late in the game. Don't become Kyle Shanahan, brother. Like, don't do that. Look, when you got a lead late in the game, go ahead. You have two Pro Bowl backs in the backfield. Let's just keep it all the way a buck. You have two Pro Bowl backs in that backfield. You up 21, you up 24-16 in the fourth quarter. Hand the ball to both of them and keep it moving. Let's make it to the rest of the next week. Luckily, because of his poor play calling, that's what had me worried late in the game. Because it's like, this is the reigning league MVP. Why the hell do you keep giving him back the ball by trying to throw the ball? But that defense is stifling, man. It is stifling. It's stifling. And it's not like with Chase, it is not like one of those instances. Usually when you see like people calling defense, stifling defense, they facing some scrub offenses. They're facing run-of-the-mill offenses. Not them. No, indeed not. They have faced two MVP caliber quarterbacks in the form of Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield. If a couple things go right in that Baker Mayfield game, guess what? We win that game. But yeah, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Look, Bijan needs to be an MVP conversation. He definitely needs to be an MVP conversation, especially if he can break the 1,500-yard plane and break Steven Jackson's record. I think I talked about it earlier on TikTok. Remember Steven Jackson was the first running back to ever rush for over 1,500 yards and gain over 800 yards receiving. I could definitely see Bijan doing something like that this year. And with Christian McCaffrey going neck and neck, I could definitely see Chris Johnson's scrimmage record coming to an end this year as well. Mind you, Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson did train together this offseason, and they both are looking in primal form. But when you talk about Bijan, man, I remember I made a comparison to Cam Scatterboo when I compared him to Mike Allstott and Christian McCaffrey. When you really look at Bijan Robinson, he's a combination of Ricky Williams and Marshall Faulk.
He kind of reminds me in some ways, champ, like Todd Gurley.
Yeah. Except a little bit more powerful. He got a little bit more power than Todd.
I don't think Bijan has the straight line speed that prime Todd Gurley had, even though he's still really fast. What I like about Bijan is Marshall Faulk with about 25 more pounds. He's Marshall Faulk with about 25 more pounds on him. Is what he is.
I think he's more elusive though, champ. And the fact that he's coming out of college, I think he was a better receiver at the running back position than Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley had not been for the knee injuries. Now the Rams did steal him with the 10th overall pick though. But hey, and he also debunked the narrative, because remember, Mel Kiper said about running backs being drafted in the first round though. Well, when you have like a generational type of talent like a Bijan Robinson, because again, they had the 8th overall pick. You said no, champ. No matter how much you love yourself some Jalen Carter out of Georgia, he had to stay away from Georgia. They took him with the 8th overall pick. And I was kind of skeptical with that pick, even though Atlanta, like you said, they're known for running backs. You really needed defense. But again, when you see the type of play from Bijan Robinson, and at this particular point right now, he's playing like the best running back in football. Just right now so far this season. Because even Saquon Barkley, he said it himself. Bijan coming. And the thing is with Michael Penix Jr., I think people, to BRF's point, people are being too hard on Michael Penix Jr. They're being too hard on Michael Penix Jr. They're acting as if he can't play, he can't throw. He can't throw. Just don't.
It was his 8th game. It was his 8th game as a starting quarterback. 8.
Yes. So let's give the young man some time. And no, go ahead, champ. Go ahead.
And why do you need to throw? Look, I'm not going to throw down the field every single play when I got two Pro Bowl backs behind me. Do you ask Jared Goff to do that every game? Hell no. He got Sonic and Knuckles. So when you have two Pro Bowl backs in the back of you, why are you asking him to do too much? That's that whole Jalen Hurts narrative. He's not very good. No, why do I need? Look,
Because I think, Champ,
bang your head against the wall when it's only 3 steps to go around it.
because I think, Champ, when you look at this offense, they're looking at Kyle Pitts, who's in on contract year. And again, this is a make it or break it year for Kyle Pitts because ever since that rookie season, he's had some injuries. And I thought last year, late in the season, particularly that Washington game, even BRF, to his credit, gave him his kudos, particularly in that Washington game and later down the stretch. This is a big year for Kyle Pitts in order for him to earn his money and to remind folks just what talent he was coming out of Florida. Also, Drake London, too. Are there going to be conversations about him as a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL?
There should be now. There should be.
But I think Atlanta, they loaded in Raheem Morris with this defense. Defense is your bread and butter, man. So keep it up with this defense. But
and real quick, I want to throw this one quick point in there before we move on. Shout out to him. I got to give one of the biggest shout outs to Raheem Morris. Jimmy Lake is one of his best friends in the world, but he understood what needed to be done in order for this team to get better. He fires Jimmy Lake. He brings in Jeff Ulbrich. Not only Jeff Ulbrich, he gets Nate Ollie and Mike Rutenberg for the defense. And just he recognized what needed to be done and what needed to be fixed on his coaching staff. And now look at what this defense is doing. They're playing some of the best ball in the league.
Well, it's kind of like taking a page out of Andy Reid's book because remember, after the 2018 season, which the Chiefs lost in that AFC Championship game to the New England Patriots, he knew that defense had to be a major priority. And as much as he didn't like releasing Bob Sutton, he hired Steve Spagnuolo. And look what happened the following year. They ended up winning the Super Bowl, and they were in the constant conversation for AFC Championship and Super Bowl conversation. Atlanta, do I think they're heading in that trajectory as Kansas City? No, I'm not going to do that to them. Only time will tell. I don't want to put that burden on them. But I do think that this team is loaded with potential. And I think with Michael Penix Jr., they look at the fact that Drake London, Kyle Pitts, again, a lot of talent to which the Atlanta Falcons have accumulated. Not just Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, even though, yes, that's one of the best running back duos. I mean, there's them. There's obviously Sonic and Knuckles. Barkley, even though Saquon's not having the type of season, but let's not forget Big A.J. Dillon, because you're talking about a dude who could run over to some dudes and powerful. He's that type of guy as well. But I think Atlanta will be just fine. But let's speak about another team in the NFC South, the Carolina Panthers. BRF, you had Dallas. Champ, correct me if I'm wrong, you had Dallas as well. But I picked Carolina. And the real reason why I picked Carolina over Dallas is because Rico Dowdle was going to have a big game against his old team. A statement game from Rico Dowdle. And in that game against the Dallas Cowboys, 30 carries for 183 yards, averaging 6.1 yards per carry. I also said in that game, if Bryce Young was accurate enough, they have a chance of winning. He was 17-25 for 199 yards. He threw 3 touchdowns. That interception wasn't really his fault, though. It was right out of McMillan's hands. So you can't really ask much from Bryce Young. And to Bryce Young's credit, he has played solid this season. Hasn't been spectacular, but he's played solid. Dak, I don't know what more could you ask from Dak Prescott at this point. 25-34, 261 yards, 3 touchdowns in that game. Not one time in that game he was sacked. With a QBR of 90.2 and a passer rating of 124.8. Now, the running game, that's a concern for Dallas because Javonte Williams, 13 carries, 29 yards. You didn't get much from the running game. Collectively, it was 19 carries for 31 yards. George Pickens, 9 for $168, 1 touchdown. Jake Ferguson, 3 catches for 33 yards, man. But Dallas's defense, 216 rushing yards, they gave up. And look, Brian Schottenheimer has done a hell of a job as far as with the offense. Your problem is your defense. And at some point in time, Matt Eberflus, if Jerry really is concerned about making a move or a sudden change, I think it's time to say you got to fire Matt Eberflus because he's already been exposed, not just with this season, but we also can't ignore or disregard what happened to him in Chicago. And he's had just as bad defenses like that. But you got to tip your hat off to the Carolina Panthers. And we talk about the NFC East. This NFC South ain't no joke. Outside of New Orleans.
Hey, I will say this, though.
And Spencer Rattler, that game against the Patriots, it was a close game. But the New Orleans Saints, despite their record, they're a better team than what the record indicates.
Yes,
I called it in the I called it in one of our preseason shows. I said the NFC South. I said they had a shot to get multiple teams because I was looking at Atlanta, I was looking at Tampa, I was looking at Carolina. I wasn't really looking at the Saints that much, but I'll tell you this: even though they are better, a little bit better than their record, they're not a good team. It's not Spencer Rattler's fault. And I'm hearing, and there's rumblings talking about do they like they have way more problems in New Orleans than Spencer Rattler. He is playing above my expectations. I'm sure he's playing above a lot of people's expectations. He's done really well considering how bad of a team they are. He's played really good football.
He has, and I think Kellen Moore has done a good enough job as a head coach. Got to give him credit on that because Kellen Moore got some criticism later in his years as the offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, and I believe for the Philadelphia Eagles. But to Kellen Moore's credit, he's done a pretty solid job with this team. And with Spencer Rattler, he's done a very solid job because Spencer Rattler, he had some struggles. Remember in college, heading into the 2021 season, he was projected to be the number one overall pick. He was the early favorite for the Heisman Trophy. He struggled in Oklahoma, eventually gets benched for Caleb Williams. He ended up going to South Carolina for a couple of years. He had some solid games, and he also had some bad games. But look, this is a really solid NFC South division. But back to the Dallas Cowboys, man. You're not winning too many games when you're giving up that many yards. I mean, you're going to have they've had some bad passing yard performances. I remember, champ, against Chicago, and that was a team in which they were favored to win that game. Caleb Williams was torching them in the first half, I believe, over 230 yards passing. And their offense, had it not been for their offense this season, Dallas would be at best 1-5 because of that defense. You ain't winning too many games. So what are your thoughts, big fella?
Man, there has to be a lot of adjustments on that defensive side of the ball. Because
do you think Matt Eberflus should be fired?
Let him finish out the year. Then after that, kick the can. I'm just being real because I'm not going to fire him in the middle of the year. And then my guys you already having problems. Now you got to adjust to the middle of the year. Nah. But he has to make some adjustments. And look, this team with Michael Parsons did not have the wherewithal to stop the run. Without him, it's even worse. So there has to be, we knew this coming into the season, yet, the offense, we already knew that they were going to be high powered, but you're not going to win too many ball games when you're giving up over 200 yards rushing. Because that clock is, look, when you running the ball and you converting first down, that clock is studied. That clock is tick, 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 tick. That's what that clock doing, especially in the fourth quarter. We call it the clock killing Dylan method. Remember how the Patriots used to run the ball in the fourth quarter? Hey, we finna get a call. Ball to Corey Dillon all fourth quarter long. He gonna run the ball. That's what teams are doing against Dallas in the fourth quarter. Yeah, your offense can't score when you on the sideline. Can't score when you're on the sideline. So they have to do a lot of adjustments on the defensive side of the ball. But offensively, I have no complaints. I cannot wait to see how many points they're going to be able to put up with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be something to behold. I can't wait to see how special that unit is going to be. And if they can make some noise and get themselves to the playoffs, I can't wait to see what kind of noise that Jerry's going to make with trying to get him signed. And if he can't, let's see who will. But I believe that Dak is going to – the way that Dak was connecting with George Pickens. Don't be surprised if he starts campaigning in the press in order for George Pickens to come back. If he starts really, really campaigning, because him and that chemistry that they had, it was just like effortlessly. It was like boom, boom, boom. But offense, good. Can't blame Dak for everything that's going on. You have to put a lot of heat on that defense. That defense cannot stop anything. And that's going to be a problem late in the season, because when you have to go on the road, you got to go to some of these colder areas, and you're not playing in the dome no more. Yeah, you're going to run into a lot of problems if you don't get this squared away and get this nipped up in the bud. So that's the only thing as far as Dallas is concerned. Defense have to tighten up, especially with the run. You got to stack the box. You got to do something. So
they can't do anything, champ. And I'm looking at Pro Football Reference right now. In team defense, they are 31st in the NFL. Only the Baltimore Ravens have a worse team defense than the Dallas Cowboys. If you look at passing defense, they're last in the NFL, dead last in the NFL. If you look at rushing defense, they are 30th in the NFL. Only the Miami Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills have a worse rushing defense than the Dallas Cowboys. If you look at scoring defense this season, they are 31st in the NFL. Only the Baltimore Ravens are worse. And if you look at points per game, they give up 30.7 points per game defensively. Baltimore is number one with 32.3 points per game. If you look at the passing yards per game, they're number one. Their defense gives up an average of 269.5 yards per game. You can't win too many games when they're playing that bad. I mean, they are just that awful defensively. And Dak, to his credit, he has been playing outstanding. If the Dallas Cowboys had a better record, hell, Dak Prescott would be the front runner for the league MVP, him and Baker Mayfield. And it's shocking to me, and I know I'm digressing, that the media are trying to make an argument for Patrick Mahomes as the MVP. And look, Patrick Mahomes, to his credit, he has played solid this season given the circumstances, Chip. Even you would have to agree to that. That being said, the league MVP, let's pump the brakes on that. Because when you look at this team, they've had some struggles. The Chargers game, the Eagles game, the Giants game, even the Jaguars game. I can't make a case for Patrick Mahomes for MVP. But back to the Dallas Cowboys. You have to move on from Matt Eberflus. Whoever you hire next season, it can't get any worse. This defense, and you had Dan Quinn all these couple of years. Now, fortunately for me, he's in Washington. But you had Dan Quinn for these last couple of years. You would have thought, if you had any speculation that Mike McCarthy, which eventually he did leave Dallas, wouldn't you have Dan Quinn as the head coach? Still keep this defense intact? Meanwhile, with this offense, Jerry, that's something that you should have done your homework on. And this is the problem, like I said, champ, Jerry's in the way. Jerry, we cannot argue or dispute what he's done as a GM, champ. We cannot. He's known for accumulating talent. But at the same time, Jerry, the problem is your mouth, your ego, the things that you say. And how's this help this team, man? Because we all know you're going to do press conferences. We all know you're going to do weekly radio shows. We all know you're going to do all these things with the Dallas Cowboys. The bottom line is he is not changing. And when I say stay out the way, champ, of course he's going to make decisions when it comes to this roster. But at the same time, are you going to allow this head coach to do the job that you want? You said it yourself. The definition of insanity is doing something more than once and expecting a different result. And Jerry continuously does the exact thing, and he's never changed. And it's really disappointing with the Dallas Cowboys this season because Dak is coming back off an injury. They just acquired George Pickens in the trade. Now, unfortunately, they traded Micah Parsons, and the defense looks far worse than before. But you got to fire Matt Eberflus, whether during this season or this season or after the season, you got to move on from him because you can't continuously have too many bad performances like this and expecting you to compete for a Super Bowl or even a wild card spot. Because all those teams, Philadelphia, despite their struggles, they can hung points. Los Angeles can hung points. Washington can hung points. Green Bay can hung points. Detroit can hung points. And even the Giants hung points. Despite the loss, and that was with Russell Wilson at quarterback, they can torch this defense. BRF, you said it yourself about Trayvon Diggs. Didn't you say at one point he was like the most overrated player in football? Because since the injury and since his contract and stuff like that, he hasn't been playing like the same Trayvon Diggs from 2021, 2022. I have not seen that from him.
He's basically a one-hit wonder. He still coast off of that 11 interception season a couple years ago. I think he is the most overrated defensive player in football because people treat him like he's a number one corner, but he continuously gets smoked on the edge. He's not good in man. He's not good in zone. He's an overrated corner. He's a front-running corner who relies on his team to have the lead to where he can jump routes, which is what he's really good at. But that's all he's good at.
What were your thoughts on the Cowboys-Panthers game, BRF?
That was a fun game. That was a really fun game. That was a fun game. That game, to me, was one of the reasons why I was a little higher on the Carolina Panthers than some. I felt like the NFC South, I said the South has a legit shot. And I know some people might have called me a little crazy. I felt the NFC South has a legit shot to get Atlanta, Tampa, and Carolina in the playoffs. I was not joking when I said that. I said they had a legit shot, and they have a legit shot. And I think what happened was after that slow start, I give props to the coaches because the coaches looked at their offense and they're like, you know what? We need to take the ball out of Bryce's hands a little bit. We had Chuba Hubbard. You got Rico Dowdle, who put up 1,000 yards for the Dallas Cowboys last season. You have a quality duo back there. And Chuba Hubbard got hurt, but it was like, you know what? Let's take the ball out of Bryce's hands a little bit. Let's see what Rico can do with Chuba being out. And Rico Dowdle has put up back-to-back 200-yard games from scrimmage. Back-to-back 200-yard games from scrimmage. And that includes rushing for over 200 yards the week before against the Miami Dolphins. So he's had an astonishing last 2 weeks. The defense, I like the improvements that they made on the defense, particularly on the defensive line. I like the pressure they can put on people when called upon. They're not the greatest defense. They're like a bend, don't break style of defense, but I do like pressure. I like the pressure they can apply to the quarterback when called upon, especially when Derrick Brown is good and healthy, because Derrick Brown, good and healthy, is one of the scariest defensive tackles in the league. As a Georgia fan, I know this, seeing him at Auburn, he's freaky. He is a freaky athlete at his size at defensive tackle. So I just like, and then Ted McMillan, who's already displaying himself to be one of the new bright faces of the league at wide receiver. So I like what I saw from Carolina in the offseason as far as how they were trying to improve their team to build around Bryce. And I felt like I like that run last year from Bryce because I finally saw him actually put it together.
Late last season, the best thing that ever happened to him was when he got benched for Andy Dalton, and then when Andy Dalton wasn't playing particularly well, that's when Bryce Young started elevating his play. And just because you draft someone that high, that doesn't mean you have to start him right away. It doesn't hurt for you to sit and learn.
It doesn't hurt at all to be able to sit down and soak up as much knowledge as you can, because let's face it. Okay, Andy Dalton's in the twilight of his career. Prime Andy Dalton was a really good quarterback. He was good, and he's made Pro Bowls. He's made the playoffs when he was with the Cincinnati Bengals. He was a good quarterback at his peak. So Bryce Young having Andy Dalton to kind of sit and learn, That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing to have. And Bryce Young was able to kind of look at the mistakes he was making, kind of take it upon himself to get better, make himself a better quarterback, make himself a better, even better leader, because we've already seen it on display. He's a good leader. That team will run through a wall for him. And I think you're seeing with this recent stretch they've been on, him kind of going back to the basics and understanding, sometimes you don't always need to take risks, make the best possible play. If it's handing the ball off, hand the ball off. You're not gonna win the game off of just one big play. It's just about executing and getting everybody and just making the right decisions. And we've seen that on this recent little run that Carolina's having. So this is why I was a little higher on them. I was a little higher on them because I like the talent that they had there, and I felt like they could potentially, kind of be a dark horse for, that 6th or 7th seed. I felt like they could be a dark horse. So, and they're slowly kind of tapping into that, and you've seen that over the last couple of weeks. So I'm interested to see where that's going to go. And as far as the Cowboys are concerned, I mean, I feel like Dak Prescott would be the front runner for league MVP if it wasn't for he'd be the front runner if it wasn't for Baker Mayfield. Dak Prescott has basically he's basically carrying his team on his back like a backpack. It's pretty much what he's doing. He's healthy. That's the biggest thing about Dak. He's fully healthy, and you see it on the field. The way he's running, the way his accuracy. You can tell Dak is fully back and playing unbelievable football right now. And George Pickens is already playing the best football of his NFL career so far. He's already playing the best football. Like Champ said, his career high was 6 touchdowns. He's already nailed that. He has already nailed that. Like I said, the Javonte Williams got off to a really good start. And he slowed down as late. He had a really good game against the Jets, but it's the Jets. Come on, man. The way the Jets have been looking nowadays, a Pee Wee League high school team can have a good game against New York Jets right now. The way they looking right now. So
Well, Bishop Sycamore can have a hell of a game against the New York Jets.
Bishop Sycamore. That is a route we do not need to go. We do not need to go down that road. Because I will say this though, could the New York Jets, since we want to talk about Bishop Sycamore, they scamming some fans out some ticket prices. I tell you what, since we want to go down the Bishop Sycamore route, they scamming some fans right now. But let me tell you, that defense is just that defense is atrocious. They're atrocious. What more can you say about the Dallas Cowboys defense that hadn't already been said? They weren't that good with Micah Parsons, but at least with Micah Parsons, they give you somewhat of a threat, of a game wrecker, of a game changer who can flip the field with one play. Dallas Cowboys right now don't even have that. And they added Jadeveon Clowney, who's still a good player. But he's not like what he was, his peak Houston days. Even still, he wasn't the greatest pass rushing defensive end. He's known more for being for one of the best run stopping edges in the league. He wasn't the greatest pass rusher. He was really good at stopping the run. So that defense is just, I don't know. Matt Eberflus already proved in Chicago that he's not really a good coach, and I was just shocked when I heard that they were going to bring him in at the defensive coordinator. I'm like, Brian you hire Brian Schottenheimer, who was like shot out the dark, out of left field, and then you bring in Matt Eberflus after he got fired to be the defensive coordinator. Like, what? He's had good defenses in the past. Don't get me wrong, but like, what are we doing? Like, his scheme doesn't necessarily fit what the Dallas Cowboys have been trying to do the past few years. And then not having Micah Parsons eliminates your one true pass rusher. So now you have nobody to really rely on in the pass rusher game. And your secondary, the only one you really have is Deron Bland, and he hadn't been the healthiest. So it's like, I don't know. Dallas is, Dallas is one of these live by the sword, die by the sword type of teams, and that sword is that offense. They're going to live and die by that offense. That offense is going to take them wherever they feel like they can take them, because it's damn sure not going to be that defense. If anything, that defense is going to be the anchor that keeps them from getting to where they want to be. Because They're not a good run defense. They're not a good pass defense. They are just not a good defense. And if they had any level of competency on that defense, they could make serious noise. At the very least, give Philly and Washington a better run for their money in this division. Possibly be all but locked and guaranteed in one of those 3 wildcard spots. With that defense, you don't know. So it's just one of those things. It's kind of like a week-to-week approach with the Dallas Cowboys, and pray to God your defense can find somewhat of a competent level of play. Otherwise, they are going to be the reason the Dallas Cowboys miss the playoffs, because it's not going to be that offense, because that offense is going to keep them in every game this season. But that defense, that defenses make eyes bleed. That's how bad they are.
It's just that bad. It's just that bad. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's just giving you potato salad with the raisins. You don't want to eat that shit. So
pretty much.
You gonna eat potato salad with raisins? I won't.
Pretty much.
Like giving you collard greens with oysters in them.
Oh God.
Meanwhile, for an update, folks, it's almost the end of the first half. The Steelers are up 10-7 against the Cincinnati Bengals. Aaron Rodgers 10-14, 101 yards, 1 touchdown pass. Joe Flacco coming in 10-15, 73 yards, 1 touchdown. It was to Jamar Chase. 10-7. Just want to give y'all a quick update. Chase Brown so far only 4 carries, but 37 yards, an average of 9.3 yards per carry. His longest run so far, 27 yards. Steelers are up 10-7. And we'll get into that later on in the show. Dwayne Coleman, he says, man, I feel bad for Cam Ward. He ain't got nobody on his team. The offense say nothing, barely got receivers. We're going to get into that later on the show.
But one quick, and I got one more quick update as well before we move on. I got some breaking news. I follow baseball from the world of Major League Baseball. I know Flash is probably feeling pretty horrible right now. The LA Dodgers won again. They won 3-1 game 3 of the Brewers. The Dodgers are up 3-0. They are 1 game away from the World Series.
Damn. I was hoping they would do it. They would just pull it out for Bob Uecker, man.
I real quick, but yeah, that was honestly why I was not picking the Brewers to win the NLCS, regardless of who they played, whether it was the Phillies or the Dodgers. I just felt like both teams on paper, when it comes to October, were better built for October than the Brewers, and you're seeing it right now with the Dodgers. They're just a better built team from October, and they're out pitching them, they're out hitting them, the situational ball. They're just doing everything better than the Brewers right now. So LA will probably win game 4 and go ahead and sweep them and knock them out and get it over with.
Mm-hmm. Well, man, oh man. We cannot do the Sports PSP podcast by talking about my Oklahoma brother, one Baker Reagan Mayfield, out of my OU Oklahoma Sooners. Now, obviously, Saturday was a tough day for me because my Oklahoma Sooners got embarrassed by the Texas Longhorns. It was John Mateer's first game back since that thumb injury. Boy, he laid an egg in that game. He threw 3 interceptions, awful, horrendous interceptions. Those interceptions, his decision-making was as bad as Mike Tyson's representation picking Vincent Fuller, tax attorney, for those who may not know. It's just that bad. Yes, it was just that bad, that game.
Ooh.
But then one Baker Mayfield, who's been doubted, disrespected, underestimated, who to some in the media, some in the public, viewed as a prick, bald. And he has played outstanding this season. In the game against the San Francisco 49ers, 17-23, 256 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, a passer rating of 139, a QBR of 80.6. Coming into that game, no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, no Bucky Irving, and unfortunately, he had to miss Emeka Ibuka, and he may miss some time due to a hamstring injury. If you want to look at how resilient and how great Baker Mayfield is, look no more than that 3rd and 14 play. When he was about to get sacked, somehow, some way avoided that sack, scrambled for 14 yards, and get the first down. And the next couple of plays connected on a beautiful pass to, I believe, Tez Johnson for the touchdown. Baker Mayfield is special. This may be the greatest football story so far right now. Former number 1 overall pick, walk on at Texas Tech, walk on at Oklahoma, Heisman Trophy, ends up becoming the number 1 overall pick. Had an excellent rookie season. For those who may not know, Baker Mayfield, before Justin Herbert, he broke Russell Wilson and Peyton Manning's record for the most touchdown passes as a rookie. Gave Cleveland life because the first 2 years without Baker Mayfield, before, they were like 130-1. 130-1. And that was with Hugh Jackson as the head coach. Struggled his second year. He was second in the NFL in interceptions, only behind Jameis Winston in 2019. 2020 had an improvement season, 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. They changed the style of offense. Kevin Stefanski was there as the head coach first year. They went from passing the ball to more of the running game with the play action with Nick Chubb out of your Georgia Bulldogs, BRF and champ, and also with Kareem Hunt. Baker Mayfield's year 4 suffered an injury. Goes down, torn labrum, continues. Then they acquired Deshaun Watson in a trade. Baker, of course, wants out. He gets traded to Carolina. Struggles in Carolina. The Panthers release him. Goes to the Rams. The best unique feeling for Baker Mayfield was him getting the coaching and tutelage under one Sean McVay. And also to, I believe, Matthew Stafford being there as well helped them out. People don't give enough credit to Matthew Stafford as a mentor. Hey, if I'm Cleveland and I was talking to my boss, hey, maybe, you know what, if there's a place Shedeur Sanders would like to go and play for, why not the Los Angeles Rams? Sitting behind a couple of years behind Matthew Stafford, learning from Sean McVay. Since Champ talks about the emphasis of coaching, heck, if I'm Shedeur, and of course it's Cali, it's Los Angeles, I'm going to find a way to market. Why not there? But meanwhile, get the type of coaching and tutelage. But year 1, Baker Mayfield, outstanding season, made the playoffs, won the division, won a playoff game. Year 2, was Baker going to have another type of season, or was it a fluke? Actually, he ascended because despite the fact that they lost that playoff game to Washington, and it wasn't really much his fault, Baker Mayfield, he was second in the NFL in touchdown passes, I think only behind Joe Burrow, to which the great BRF Sports, I mean, the Reverend, said it himself, hey, Joe Burrow, if the Bengals had a better record, you probably would have heard Joe Burrow about winning the MVP. Matter of fact, BRF, you made that argument.
I did. I did. Like, I get what Lamar Jackson did. I get what Josh Allen did. But imagine the Cincinnati Bengals with a 10-7 or 11-6 record. You're basically making Josh Allen's value argument times three, because the Cincinnati Bengals were him, Jamar, and T. Higgins with a little bit of Chase Brown mixed in there. So I mean, the proof was there.
Yes, and he was balling and was putting up incredible numbers. And so far this season, in 6 games, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 5-1. And one of the top teams in the NFC against your Atlanta Falcons, BRF champ, although 17-32, 167 yards, but he did have 3 touchdown passes, including the game winner to Emeka Ibuka. Week 2, Monday Night Football against the Houston Texans. His scramble, his legs, his ability to win that game against the Texans. Week 3 against the New York Jets. Blocked field goal. Still found a way for the Buccaneers to get in the field goal possession. Now, they lost the game against Philadelphia at home, although they made it a lot closer than what it was thought because Philly, Jalen Hurts in the second half, and I'm sorry, Chan, he did struggle in that second half. The Eagles' offense in the second half struggled, and then sooner or later, Tampa was starting to get some momentum when Baker connected on a touchdown pass. Had he not thrown that interception in the red zone along with Bucky Irving with that fumble, who knows? Tampa might have won that game. Mm-hmm. Seattle, him and Sam Darnold, same teammates. Draft class, Baker number 1, Sam Darnold 3rd overall. You talk about Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen in the season opener. What about that Bucs Seahawks game? That was one of the best games that we saw that season so far. 2 quarterbacks going toe-to-toe. Baker Mayfield, 379 yards, a season high, 2 touchdown passes, including one of the touchdown passes to Sterling Shepard out of Oklahoma. And then in this game, San Francisco, Tampa, 2 teams. We know how great Kyle Shanahan is as a head coach and as a play caller. San Francisco has been decimated with injuries, and unfortunately, they lost Fred Warner for the rest of the season due to the broken ankle. God bless them. I mean, they've lost him. They've lost Nick Bosa. They've had Brock Purdy out for games, George Kittle. I don't even know if Brandon Ayuk is going to play. Maybe later down the stretch. But, man, Baker Mayfield. Even when he threw that first touchdown pass, when he got hit, Baker just went back on his feet and started talking his shit. And that's just who Baker Mayfield is. What the thing I love about Baker the most, you know, Colin Cowherd, one of his most well-known critics, used the term quarterback heel, which Champ still to this day doesn't even know what that means. I think it's just a bullshit term to say quarterback being the president, the ambassador of the team, how they're supposed to carry and conduct themselves both on and off the football field or any profession. But, man, Baker talks his shit. Baker bowls. Baker finds ways to win. And also, too, Baker is putting up his numbers. For those who may think Baker Mayfield is just putting up pedestrian numbers, newsflash, he has over 1,500 yards, over 1,500 yards passing, 1,539 yards. That's 4th in the NFL. He is tied for He is 3rd in touchdown passes. He is tied for 3rd in touchdown passes. He has only 1 pick so far this season. And a QBR 71.1, which is 8th in the NFL. So I'll read you them stats again. 1,539 yards. That's 4th in the NFL. He's tied for 3rd in touchdown passes. He has 12. Only 1 interception and 8th in the NFL in QBR 71.1. And shout out to Flash because he also pointed out the numbers. Baker Mayfield is projected to have 4,361 yards, 34 touchdowns to only 3 interceptions. Right now, just right now, he's the leading candidate for the MVP because he has helped Tampa Bay find ways to win, not just with his arm, but also with his legs. Baker Mayfield is a much more mobile quarterback than he's given credit for. And that 3rd and 14 play was the latest example. He is bowled out. You just got to give your hat off to a guy who is not the most prototypical quarterback. Baker's about 6 feet, 6'1", about 215. He's been on several different teams. But he has found a home in Tampa. And not just that, to be the successor to obviously the GOAT Tom Brady and BRFN champ. And I'll give you this, champ, because, again, you are a Falcons fan. You have given Baker Mayfield his flowers and kudos, just like you gave to Cam Newton for the work job he did with the Carolina Panthers, just like you gave to Drew Brees.
Yes.
Maybe perhaps more people need to start paying more attention to Baker Mayfield. And for those who may say it's just the offense, and yes, we cannot argue or dispute the talent he has around him on offense. But at some point in time, when are we going to start giving Baker Mayfield his flowers? because regardless of the circumstances, good or bad, he just finds ways to win, and he's putting up the numbers along with it. If that isn't enough to say he's the MVP right now or the front runner for the MVP, hey, you're watching a different football game. BRF or Champ, is there anything y'all want to add? Because I already said what I said.
You basically took the whole scripture and sung the sermon for every last one of us, if you really want me to be honest with you.
Hey, look, I'm the light in that situation. I'm the light-skinned John Singleton. God rest his soul.
Yes, indeed. Look, Baker Mayfield is the MVP right about now, and he's had signature win over my Atlanta Falcons. He's had some signature wins in this season without his key players. Without his key, and he just lost the potential rookie of the year. Who knows how long he's going to be out with that hamstring injury? So the media needs to stop being biased. I understand that Patrick Mahomes is the face of the league at this point, but outside of the Detroit game, he doesn't have a signature win. He doesn't. He beat a lackluster at best. Look, Russell Wilson was so bad this year that remember what Brian Daboll did in order to get Jackson Dart back. He literally went in damn near beat up the doctor in order to get Jackson Dart back on that field. So that just goes to show you how bad that was. And the Baltimore Ravens defense was terrible. Terrible. So you beat two lackluster teams, and your only signature win is against the Detroit Lions. You lost against the Eagles, you lost against the Jaguars, and then you had another loss. You don't have a signature win outside of the Detroit Lions. You haven't been carrying the team. I understand. Look, I understand the NFL is kind of like high school. The NFL is kind of like high school, but on a corporate level. We all want to see the jock succeed, the face succeeds. And then when somebody comes along different, everybody kind of looking at him kind of sideways because he's playing a little bit better than the guy who he liked. And I understand that he's not the press's cup of tea. Whereas, and you saw it, I think I said this to you. Remember when Baker Mayfield gets hit late, he doesn't get up and complain to the referee. He doesn't say flag. He doesn't do any of that.
He talking shit.
He gets right back up, gets in the dude's face, and points downfield, and then go out there and take them on the downfield and take them down the field and score. That's what he does. How can you not like that? He doesn't complain. I have not seen Baker one time complain to the ref when he gets hits late. Not seen it. I ain't seen him do like this not one time. He gets right back up, gets in the tackler's face, and say, "Hey, we going downfield because of you." I'm loving the fact. And look, people can talk about cocky or arrogant. Look, keep the cockiness and arrogance within you. Keep it that way. Show them how cocky. If you don't want me to score, stop me. If you don't want me to celebrate, stop me. If you don't want me to run over all the way down the field and plant my flag in the middle of your field, stop me from scoring. I dare you to. Go ahead, just stop me. Now, if you stop me, I'll shut up. If you don't, I'm going to talk all day. And I love that about Baker Mayfield, man. Look, people call it cockiness and arrogance. That's not what the game is supposed to be. That's not quarterbacky enough. Man, please. Brett Favre used to do the same thing with Warren Sapp. I remember when him and Warren Sapp used to jaw all game long. I remember that. I remember when, not even just with Warren Sapp. If you remember when Chris Hovan was in that division with Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm.
He used to jaw. The defensive tackles in that division used to hate Brett Favre because he would jaw with them all day long. Like I said, the main person that Warren Sapp talks about that made him a better player was Brett Favre because they would jaw all day long with each other. And he described it. He was like, man, at first, and Brett Favre even described it, regardless of all the controversy. He said, yeah, I used to look at Warren Sapp and say, yeah, but look at the scoreboard because I knew my team was better. But then all of a sudden I looked up and say, look at this. and then he had to stop for a bit. Oh, damn, you kicking our ass. So that happens all the time between quarterbacks and hell. Remember, Tom Brady used to do that, man. Tom Brady.
Remember Ray Lewis? Remember Ray Lewis and Reed at AFC Championship game? And remember, Champ, when I look at Baker Mayfield, he's labeled as a prick by some. He's like the Shawn Michaels of the NFL. He's the type of dude that will talk his shit, piss off a ton of people, but guess what? I'm backing it up.
Again, are you really pissing people off, or the masses just don't like you?
Well, they don't like
the thing. That's the difference between, look, I can piss off a bunch of people outside of my circle, but as long as these people right here that we're doing this show with, hey, long as y'all got me, okay, let's do it. Because the thing is this, the masses, they have this whole button-up thing about themselves. That's what the masses love. They love to paint, and the thing is, the masses love painting false pictures. They love to paint Tom. They love to call Tom Brady quarterback. He used to talk more crap than anybody on that field. Even Richard Sherman called them out for it. It was like, y'all love trying to make Tom Brady seem like this shucks type of guy when he's jawing with everybody else on the field. Even Richard Sherman called it out. Brett Favre used to do the same thing. Even our quarterback, the greatest quarterback in Falcons history. Remember Matt Ryan cursing his receivers out like it wasn't no thing.
Boy, they caught him on the hype mic. Get effing set.
Get freaking set. Cursing out Julio Jones.
Let's not forget another quarterback who talked his own shit. Phillip Rivers.
All of these great quarterbacks. Look, let's not forget the king of arrogance. The king of arrogance when it came to being a quarterback. Dan Marino. Everybody says how arrogant he was. Boomer Esiason.
Peyton Manning. Remember how he pissed off Jeff Saturday? Remember it was the Sound FX?
Yes. So stop. Look, I know the masses, the media, and when I say the masses, I mean the media. Look, I know the masses love to paint these guys, these quarterbacks, what I like to call them milk drinking quarterbacks, as these shucks type of guys. They're very modest. They have their suits on, and they're just going in there drinking out with pinky, the pinky in their hand, and they don't really say much. They're just mild mannered. But look, them quarterbacks are bigger divas than any of them receivers. They're just as arrogant, if not more arrogant, and they have the right to be when you're great. Especially, look at Aaron Rodgers when he was at his peak. Look how much of a butt he was. So I understand that Baker Mayfield does it more openly, and it's not as accepted because guess what? He didn't take necessarily the same path of those other guys. But stop making some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time that we watched and we saw look like they were just shucks type of guys. They wasn't. They were just like Baker Mayfield. And Baker is a guy who I want to play for. I want my quarterback to be arrogant as hell.
He's relatable.
Yes.
He's relatable. He's not the biggest dude in the world. He doesn't have the strongest arm, although his arm is a hell of a lot stronger than people give him credit for. But he's the type of guy you want to play with. He inspires the team, and he gets the most out of it.
Yes, and you want to run through a wall for that guy. That's what quarterback is all about. It's not about the best arm. It's not about it's about having a guy in the huddle, especially me being an offensive lineman. It's about having that guy in a huddle who you can look at and say, you know what, you arrogant as hell. But I can guarantee you one thing, that jersey going to be real clean today with your arrogant ass. And then go out there and just pound these guys and let them know, hey, man, look, throw on the right side. But that dude over there, I got him in check all day long. I'm just being real because the lineman, we the closest thing to the quarterback. Hey, man, dude on the right, I got him covered. Make sure you run it to the right. Make sure you call plays, you going to the right. Hey, man, when you go to that's who you want. You want a quarterback who's relatable. You don't want this guy sitting up there in the country club all the time. No, you want that guy. Look, remember Joe Theismann used to drink beer with his offensive lineman, him and Jonathan and John Riggins. So yeah, that's who you want. Somebody who's relatable. Somebody who who you could drink a beer with, who he's the most popular guy on the team. But guess what? It doesn't stop him from being one of the guys. Baker Mayfield is that guy. And I understand he's not the masses' cup of tea because the masses like to paint false, you-know-what pictures about quarterbacks when all of the all-time greats were arrogant and they were very, very prickish and they were very, very passionate about what they were doing. But they like to paint this picture like they were all shucks guys. They were just as arrogant and just as cocky and just as passionate as Baker Mayfield. Just as passionate. The guy who he replaced was just as passionate.
Right. And the problem is, though, with certain people like Brady, like Manning, they get a pass because they look at their accomplishments. And the other thing, too, Champ, is when people like divas, people perceived like divas like T.O., when they show their passion and emotion, they're considered cancers, coach killers, stuff like that. And Baker Mayfield, look, man, you just got to give it to him, dog. You just got to give it to him because if you take Baker Mayfield out of the equation in Tampa, where in the hell would Tampa be?
Hey, look, Tampa. I remember there was a time where you had a quarterback that played 16 games that only threw 4 touchdowns and threw 16 interceptions. So, I mean, complaining about
Vinny Testaverde?
No, that was Trent Dilfer.
Oh,
Well, he got traded. Don't complain about what you got because Charlotte, look what you had. The great words of T.I.
I'm telling you, boy, you had Mr. 30 for 30 as your quarterback at one point.
Exactly.
Hey, Jameis Winston, hey, he was talented. The only knocks on Jameis Winston were turnovers and off the field issues. But outside of that,
turnovers and crab legs.
Well, I mean, he in Tampa. I mean, they got some good seafood there. So he was going to be distracted regardless with them crab legs. But other than that, Jameis had talent. I mean, he was drafted with the number 1 overall pick. He was a Heisman Trophy winner out of Florida State. But to your point, Champ, man, people just got to give more love and respect to Baker Mayfield. Same thing with a lot of athletes who are perceived as not their cup of tea, whether if it's the WNBA's Angel Reese, whether if it's Baker Mayfield in the NFL, or back then in the NBA with Allen Iverson. Because Allen Iverson wasn't the media public darling because off the court what he did as far as with the t-shirts and do-rags and the baggy jeans. And you even said it yourself, Champ, because when we did Babyface Hill, growing up, you were not Allen Iverson was not your cup of tea because you wore the black Duncan Penderhughes or the darker version of Sherman Klump. You were more of the glasses. You were more of the suit and ties, stuff like that. But then ultimately, you grew to learn appreciation and love for Allen Iverson because of the impact. And what I hate the most, and like I said, when I mentioned the thing with Allen Iverson and a lot of other people that get a bad rep, though, people who wear do-rags and baggy jeans and Timbs, they're viewed and perceived as thugs. But suddenly, when people wearing suits and business ties, they're perceived as clean-cut guys. And remember what your father used to tell you?
Yeah, the biggest gangsters wear suits. If you don't believe that, go ask Bernard Madoff. He wore a suit too. So, look, I'm just being real. Everybody wants this whole look. And look, even I, back in my heyday, was, the guy, who always was talking about when I was in high school, to your point about the Allen Iverson thing. Hey, man, put a suit on. You got to look good. But my dad told me all the time, man, them biggest criminals. Look, man, look at the guys who took a lot of these athletes' money. They wore suits. The Sharks wear suits, man. I mean, look, man. Like I said, if you look no further than Bernard Madoff, everybody want to talk about, hey, man, that guy's a thug. He's wearing Timbs. He's wearing a do-rag. If you look no further than that guy right there, look at Nevin Shapiro down there in Miami. Nevin Shapiro down there in Miami. He was a big time guy too. Wore a suit. Yeah. So everybody want to talk about the guy who wearing a do-rag and the Timbs on the corner, walking to the store getting a candy bar. But you know, you ain't talk about that dude in his penthouse in his corporate office up there in Beverly Hills stealing millions. If you want any evidence of how a lot of look, I know we glorify a lot of gangster movies. As far as you know, I would say we have our type of gangster movies, and we have a lot of other type of gangster movies, right? If you want any evidence of how the suits are gangsters, look no further than the Casino movie. Look how many people had their hands in that pot, in that one casino. All of them had suits on. All of them played golf. All of them. Like I said, look at the Ponzi scheme guys. Look at all of these cats. The biggest gangsters in the world. All of them wore suits. So, yeah, they looking at this lower level guys who are on the corner walking to the store. They might not even be. Look, man, I done met more people who have the IQ of a multi-billionaire businessman who wore a pair of Timbs than a guy who wore a suit and he didn't know his way and he couldn't walk it and he couldn't walk his dog around the office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being real.
Look at you as well, champ. People don't realize that you're a 4-time college degree, although right now you wear an Eric Cartman hat. But again, perception. People, and that's the thing though. Just because you wear a suit and tie doesn't necessarily mean you're a high character guy or a professional. And just because you wear do-rags and baggy jeans and tips doesn't mean you're unprofessional.
Yeah, absolutely. And people got to understand. I'm glad we're getting to the world where that is kind of, we're not fully there yet. I'm glad we're getting to where
we're starting to get there.
We're starting to get where that shit don't matter no more. Like, hey, I done seen a guy come into the office, man. He got his throwback on. I remember the smartest guy I ever seen, man. He used to show up in a hoodie. You show up a hoodie, sweatpants, and a pair of Jordans every single day. He wore the same outfit every day. And this dude can program like no other person that I could ever see. This dude could program stuff within hours. I mean, just sit there. He never took a break. But, you know, hey, because of certain things, it was like, well, we don't like the way he looks when he comes into the office. You know, they end up getting rid of him. You know what I'm saying? You know, just being real. This was a job that I worked at a long time ago. I was like in my early 20s when this happened. This dude could program. It was like one of the best programmers I've ever seen. But yeah, it's just the perception. Like I said,
you still keep in contact with that dude?
Yeah, I talk to him every now and then.
Oh, good. No, because you always tell me I'm a talent expert. We would love to have more guys programming, helping out the Sports PSP podcast as we can. So
yeah, I talk to him every now and then. He in fact, he lives out there in California, living good right about now. He live in California, living good. He always asked me to come out there. I'm like, no. I'm gonna stay in Georgia. I see you doing the Olympics. But I'm gonna see him doing the Olympics though. You know, when I come out there in California doing the Olympics, I'm gonna holler at him. But you know, yeah, I mean, matter of fact, he's a Berkeley grad.
Wow.
He's graduated from Berkeley. He's so dude smart.
You gotta be. I mean, when you think of Berkeley, obviously you think of Yale. You think of Yale. You think of Stanford. You think of Harvard. You think of MIT's, Vanderbilt's. You can't be no dummy to graduate from Berkeley.
Yeah, he graduated from Berkeley. He went to a small community college at first. He finally got up on his feet after a while, after, you know, the whole situation. And then he went out there to California and went to Berkeley. I was like, damn, when he called me and told me he was at Berkeley, I thought he was messing with me at first. Because he said initially he was going to go to USC. I'm like, all right, USC. You know what I'm saying? And you know, me being a college football guy, I said, we still going to kick y'all ass in college football. So don't think it's but I never forget he said I'm going to USC, but then he got out there and he ended up going to Berkeley. Damn. He said, you should come out here and try. I'm like, nah, dude, I'm going to leave that to you, partner. I'm going to leave that to you, partner. I'm going to stay here and I'm going to go to CSU and then we'll be back up at a later time. I ain't doing all that shit. But that dude was, hey, man, you meet some of the smartest guys. Especially in the world that I'm in. I'm not trying to put anything. Y'all know the world, the technology world that I'm in. None of us wear suits. It's sometimes you see guys coming there with sweatpants, sweatsuits on. I see one dude coming in, he was tatted up from head to feet. This dude was smart as crap, man. Like I said, it doesn't matter how you look, it matters how you conduct yourself, man. Just being real, man. I mean, that whole, you're not fooling anybody when you walk in with a suit and you don't know nothing. On the great word Trick Daddy, you don't know now. So, yeah, you ain't fooling nobody, bro. So, I mean, I'm glad
we're not saying that with all people who wear suits and ties. Some people who wear suits and ties are all good people, but this perception, this stereotype, this myth we're talking about.
That's one stereotype. Yes, look, man, look. Hey, man, look. People talk about. I'll give you an example. When people talk about crime in the 80s, they talk about specific crimes. All right? People talk about specific crimes, but people don't understand there was that type of crime, and then there was organized crime, I will say. Mm-hmm. So you had guys like, Alpo and AZ, and then you had John Gotti. So, I mean, I'm just being real. So you tell me who the bigger gangster was. I'll let you decide.
But when you look at Baker Mayfield, back to Baker, you can't take nothing away from him. I mean, if people just don't like him for him, then that's on them. At the end of the day, Baker cannot be concerned about what people have to say about him. BRF, I'm sorry. What were your thoughts on the 49ers Bucks game?
As a Falcons fan, the depth at wide receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers get on my damn nerves. It really does. I mean, no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, no Jalen McMillan. You have Emeka Ibuka. He gets hurt. Oh, wait, no. Number 5, Tez Johnson, catch a deep touchdown pass. Has a good game. It's like, dude, we were sitting here questioning why they drafted Emeka Ibuka. Now it's like, well, yeah, they definitely need every bit of the receivers they got because, they can't stay healthy. But it's crazy how deep they are. It's crazy how deep they are at the wide receiver, the wide receiver position, because Tez Johnson comes out of nowhere, another rookie, has a hell of a game against San Francisco 49ers, scores a long touchdown pass, and hits one of these sickest celebration flips I've ever seen in the history of the National Football League. So, I mean, their wide receiver core is crazy deep and crazy good. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Tampa's one of those teams, like, when you expect them to fall, they find a way to get back up, dust themselves off, and they go out and get another win. Baker Mayfield, I mean, y'all pretty much hit the nail on the head. He should be the leading front runner for the MVP award with everything that he's done, and the consistency, the toughness, the heart, just everything that man goes out there and displays on a weekly basis. You just can't help. You can't help but to root for him, and you want him to succeed. Even though, even more, I'm a Falcons fan. I want us to come back and make some of this division. But you root for guys like him who went through the lows, as far as tearing his labrum in Cleveland and gutting it out for him, despite in spite of that injury, only to get cut because they had to bring Mr. Touch My Body in. So I mean, what more can you say? What more can you say? I mean, just you shout out players like Baker Mayfield who don't let nothing stop them, who don't let no one stop them, living out his dream, playing a kid's game, getting paid for it, but having fun doing it and being damn good at it. So he's been doing the damn thing all year. It's like no matter how many bullets he has in the gun, he finds a way to win the gunfight, regardless of who he's going against in the gunfight. It doesn't matter. And then going back to that game on the 49ers side, dude, shout out to Mac Jones, man. I mean, he like you like seeing the guys. You like seeing the comeback stories, like that. But I will say this though, I want to shout out Dan Orlovsky with ESPN because he said this, I believe, a couple years ago when he said this when Mac Jones was still in New England. He said, if you put Mac Jones in Kyle Shanahan's offense, Mac Jones is going to be doing what Brock Purdy's doing, and people thought he was crazy. Mac Jones is playing pretty good football in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So, I mean, what can you say? He's playing good football in his offense.
BRF, I wasn't surprised. I've said it years ago. I said the 49ers, they should have drafted Mac Jones instead of Trey Lance.
Yeah, because Trey Lance has basically been, outside of the few games he started in San Francisco, he's basically been a John Doe, non-existent. Witness protection program. You've barely heard from him. You ain't heard from him. You definitely gotta, even though the 49ers lost that game at Tampa, you gotta give them love. They're basically a mash unit right now at this point. I mean, no Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk with his, like you said, with his knee injury, it could be late November, December before he finally shows up and plays some meaningful football. They've just been thrashed down the line with injuries, but yet they're still competing. They're still winning games. They're making something of this NFC West early so far. So you got to give the 49ers some love. That game just boiled down to Baker Mayfield just outdrew Mac Jones in the gunfight. And he made the plays down the stretch that mattered. He made more plays down the stretch that mattered. And Tampa, I mean, I'm still not necessarily sold on Tampa's defense. But you know what? In that game, they showed up and did what they needed to do. They played good football. They made plays when they needed to be made, and they helped turn the tide of that game. But Baker Mayfield, Baker Mayfield is one of these quarterbacks. It's like sometimes you have to throw the kitchen sink at him to stop him. But even still, he'll find a way to avoid it and make a play and score a touchdown and win a game. So, like I said, Baker Mayfield is just one of those stories you can't help but be happy that you see progressing as the season goes on. And right now he should be the front runner for MVP. He deserves to be the front runner for MVP. You got him, you got Dak, you got Herbert, you got Bijan Robinson now in the conversation. I think right now those should be your top 4 guys for the MVP talk. And I guess I don't like putting Patrick Mahomes in the conversation. They're 3-3, but you know what? The numbers do say put him in the conversation, and he's in the conversation just because of name value. He's Patrick Mahomes, but the numbers do say, regardless of the record, he's been doing okay. He's doing all right. He's got over 1,500 yards in his own right already with a 64% completion percentage. So he's doing good.
Rashee Rice is coming back from that 6-game suspension, so now add him and Worthy. So to your point, I think it was either Champ who mentioned it or Flash. It's going to take some of the pressure off of Travis Kelce. So I kind of like it for Kansas City's offense. And Baker has another big test because he got Monday night at Detroit. And we will get into our NFL picks later on. But if he plays well and if he finds a way to win against Detroit, then, hey, this will add to his MVP campaign. Even if he struggles, even if they lose, he'll still be in the MVP conversation because without Baker Mayfield, where would Tampa be at this point? Considering the amount of injuries and plus Champ and BRF, it's about value. It's about value. And when you look at who's been valuable, yes, Herbert, you can make a case because he's lost Slater and he's also lost Alt. Baker Mayfield, Evans, Godwin, Ibuka, Bucky Irving. He also missed Tristan Wirfs a couple of games early on in the season. Remember BRF and Champ, Tristan Wirfs could not play in that game against Atlanta. And Baker Mayfield has proven regardless of the circumstances, I can do more with less. And so far he has. So it just tells you how valuable, how special he is to Tampa. But speaking of another number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, the Tennessee Titans, they have fired Brian Callahan after a 4-19 record this season. I mean, when you look at Brian Callahan, I think he's supposed to be known for offense. If you look at the Tennessee Titans in terms of team offense this season, they're 31st in the NFL. Only the Cleveland Browns have a worse team offense than them. Then you look at passing offense in the NFL. They're 31st in the NFL. Only the New York Giants have a worse passing offense than the Tennessee Titans. If you look at rushing, They're 30th in the NFL. Only the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers have a worse rushing offense than the Tennessee Titans. If you look at scoring offense in the NFL, they're 26. Only the Baltimore Ravens, Dallas Cowboys, Cincinnati Bengals, Miami Dolphins, New York Jets, and Chicago Bears have a worse scoring offense than the Tennessee Titans. If you look at Cam Ward's numbers so far this season, look, he's only a rookie, number 1 overall pick, not much talent to work with. But if you just look at the numbers so far, 3 touchdown passes to only 4 interceptions with a completion percentage of 55. And he's in dead last or close to last in every statistical category. I'm not surprised that the Tennessee Titans decided to fire Brian Callahan because Titans organization, they've had enough. A couple of years ago, they were in the AFC Championship conversation. The mistake they made after the AFC Championship was paying Ryan Tannehill a ton of money to keep them there because not only what he did, but what they thought they can go moving forward. Tennessee is just a complete mess, and I feel bad for the city of Nashville. And you got some really good Titans fans over there, but I just think for Cam Ward, he's in a tough situation. Obviously, the head coach from Indiana, there's no guarantee he's staying. It's Indiana's to lose. He just signed that big fat contract, that 8-year, $93 million contract. So, and we're gonna get into Penn State later on in the show because Penn State, they thought about trying to get their hands on him. They weren't going to try to get their hands on that head coach after James Franklin being fired. But, Champ, what are your thoughts about the news regarding Brian Callahan being fired?
Rightfully so. He had no business being the head coach in the first place. And they had, look, I understand that we live in a society where we're impatient. We're impatient. And the minute something goes wrong, we start trying to find alternatives. But the thing is, let's call a spade a spade. The thing is, Mike Vrabel, the only reason why the team started losing is because he did not have a quarterback. Ryan Tannehill was not the quarterback. They gave him a big contract, but in reality, he was not the quarterback. Derrick Henry was not able to carry the team like he was able to back in his heyday because teams was just starting to stack the box and neutralize them at a certain point. And the stifling defense that they have was going downhill. And they couldn't get the ball to A.J. Brown, and they eventually traded A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles where he's having the same problem. So those were the problems that they were having with Mike Vrabel. No quarterback. Derrick Henry was not able to carry the team as much because he was getting hurt. He was getting injured. Not to mention, there was couldn't get A.J. Brown the ball. And that defense was going downhill, and they was not able to be as strong as they were. That was the problem. My thing is this. I know we live in a society where we just don't want to be patient. We want everything to happen right now. But shout out to our guy Flash. Our guy Flash, he always preaches patience. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. You had a coach. Look at what Mike Vrabel's doing up in New England. And before anybody fix your fat lips in order to say he's doing what he can, because I had somebody say that to me on TikTok. He's doing this because, of the coordinators. Josh McDaniels ain't worth the salt in the bread as a head. Wasn't worth the salt of the bread as a head coach. He wasn't worth the salt of the bread. Nobody on that staff is worth the salt of the bread as a head coach. If it was Ben Johnson on that, or Shane Steichen, somebody like that on the sideline with Mike Vrabel, that's valid. And look, quiet as is kept, neither was Arthur Smith. People was trying to give him credit for what was going on in Tennessee. Now you're seeing it's Mike Vrabel. He's a hell of a coach. He's a hellified coach. You had a coach. You chose to give him up. Now look what he's doing at what I like to call his alma mater at New England. Look what he's doing. Drake May's second season. They are in first place in the AFC East above the reigning league MVP. Stephon Diggs' career has been resurrected. Drake May looking good. Could be a dark horse MVP in his second year. And now you're on your second coach since he's left. People, I understand that we are so impatient in society and I understand that the illusion, and I do stress the illusion of it being a microwave society. I understand the illusion because it's just that, an illusion. It's just an illusion, just like TV. Look, I hope that y'all are listening out there in TV land or computer land, wherever you watch this at. It's an illusion. There's no such thing as overnight success. Just like social media painted that picture for you guys these days, television painted that picture for us back in the day. Television and magazines. It's all an illusion. You're not going to get success overnight. And when things start going wrong, you can't automatically go to the head of the situation and say he's the problem. That's the thing. You have to get the personnel right. You have to get the pieces that you need and then re it up. Look what he's doing up there in New England right now. He's doing the darn thing. So you had a coach already. You chose to get rid of him over Brian Callahan, who many were saying because of his connection to the Bill, many people was criticizing that hire from day one because people was talking about his connection to Bill Callahan, you know, who was the head coach once for the Las Vegas Raiders back when they were in Oakland and went to a Super Bowl.
Big mistake.
So,
Big mistake because of why they hired him. Instead, when you had Mike Vrabel, and you look at Mike Vrabel, the job he did in Tennessee, champ, and now what he's doing with New England.
Yeah. And like I stated, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm correct on Brian Callahan. Let me see what his relation to Bill Callahan real quick, because you remember Bill Callahan, he took the
team to the Super Bowl in 2002, I think, and lost to the Buccaneers.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to see his relation to Brian Callahan because I think they're related or something. So, yeah. Hold on.
But either way, champ, This was a bad hiring on the part of Tennessee, and it hasn't panned out. And I think they fired him because of how awful the offense has been with their number one overall pick in Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And imagine how much worse it would be with Will Levis on that team.
Like I said, they didn't have a quarterback, and Brian Callahan is the son of Bill Callahan. So there was some nepotism. There was some people calling about nepotism when he was even hired in the first place when they got rid of Mike Vrabel. So you wasn't qualified to be there in the first place. Number one, you were a nepo hire because of, offense. When guess what? Bill Callahan didn't even build the offense when he was out there in Oakland. That was John Gruden's team that he took to the Super Bowl. You just capitalized. And you saw the year after he went to the Super Bowl, after he had that year.
Kind of like how John Gruden capitalized off Tony Dungy's team.
Yeah, those two coaches were two coaches that capitalized off of somebody else's work. That was it. Bill Callahan and John Gruden, there was two coaches that capitalized off of somebody else's work. The only difference is John Gruden had his work capitalized off of out there in Oakland, and he capitalized off of Tony Dungy's work down there in Tampa Bay, and neither one of them been shit since. I'm just being real.
You're not lying at all, Champ. I'm just laughing at how you said it. But Champ, also to Tennessee, outside of Russ his soul, Steve McNair, how have they produced as far as the quarterback? Because remember, they drafted Jake Locker with the 8th overall pick. Cam Newton was the number 1 overall pick in that 2011 draft. Then at 2 spots after Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert gets selected 10th overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tennessee hasn't really panned out with the quarterback position since Steve McNair, rest his soul.
Yeah.
And I think because of
Eric Collins as well.
Yeah, Kerry Collins in 2007 and in 2008. Also, Vince Young. He took over from Vince Young a little bit. Vince Young's best time was in 2006 when he won Rookie of the Year. Some of the comeback victories, including that game winner at his hometown in Houston, Texas, against the Houston Texans, and then in 2009 that comeback victory against the Arizona Cardinals. But they really haven't panned out that well, Champ, as far as with QBs. And they look at the fact since they drafted Cam Ward number 1 overall, considering what he did in Miami, even though 1 year, and the fact that they've been lackluster, who knows? Who do you think should be the right type of head coach? Could it be Cliff Kingsbury? I don't know, because again, Cam Ward is not the athlete that Jaden Daniels is. It has to be some type of guy that can work with Cam Ward, whether in the collegiate level or the NFL level.
You have to look and see who has a reputation. You need to get an established coach, not just one of these coordinators. This is a quarterback that has the potential to be the cornerstone.
But I know, but you know how it is with the coordinators, Champ. Yes, I do believe they should hire a head coach in terms of the overall team, but you know how they are in the NFL with coordinators.
Yeah, I understand, but you need to hire somebody. If you're going to hire a coordinator, hire the correct one. You don't need to hire a defensive coordinator and put them in this spot right now. You need to hire somebody offensive minded. And look, man, if you're looking to have an offensive coordinator, as far as you are a head coach and you need to hire an offensive coordinator, look no further than Miami right about now, because Mike McDaniels will not be in Miami for very, very long. So if you're a head coach, you're a first-time head coach, you need to bring somebody with an offensive mindset in order to coach up Cam Ward. Look, I'll just say the quiet part out loud. Firing coaches at a rapid rate, not keeping the right coaches when you know you have a head coach, that's the problem with why these quarterbacks not being developed as properly as they should. That's the problem. Quarterback. I know everybody wants to get on the internet, but does the NFL have a quarterback problem? No, they don't. They have a coaching problem.
Culture problem too.
Yeah, you have a coaching problem, because when guys start, we will never look. The long tenured head coaches, that's what you need. But unfortunately, we're not going to see it. We will never see another Bill Belichick. We'll never see another Mike Tomlin. We won't see another Don Shula. We won't see another, even a Jeff Fisher or anybody like that, who are long tenured head coaches who had a chance to implement their systems. And even when things were going pretty bad at one point, they had a chance to still do their thing because they had the backing of the front office, and the front office didn't succumb to public pressure at a certain point. When you have coaches for years and years and years, they're able to develop a system. They're able to develop credibility. They're able to develop offensive coordinators. They're able to develop certain things. Look, if you don't believe what coaching can do for somebody, look at what Green Bay had as their coaching staff at the peak of Brett Favre. They had Mike Holmgren was the head coach. They had Andy Reid, Steve Mariucci, John Gruden, Ray Rhodes. That's who they had on their coaching staff. These coaches went on to do great things. That's what you have when you have a system in place in order to develop. You have a good staff. You have the front office. You have that. And that's what the NFL is missing at this point. They're missing the systems that we used to have to develop these quarterbacks. My thing is, what they're doing now to these quarterbacks is criminal. Cam Ward ain't got no business out there right about now. They can't win. They can't win. I understand that you want to put butts in the seats. You want to give the fans something to cheer for. We got the number 1 overall pick out there. No, sit him down. There's been too many reclamation projects in this league right about now to show people that you don't need to throw these quarterbacks out there before. Not only are they ready, before the darn team is ready. The team is not ready for these quarterbacks when they come in. They come in the first overall pick. They have no talent around them. They have no coaching. They have no front office worth the quarter. And now you want to throw these number one overall picks out there and then label them, oh, he's a bust. Okay, what about the organization? What about the coaching? What about you changing general managers every few years? That's the thing. So you already had a head coach in the form of Mike Vrabel. He took you to an AFC championship with a lackluster, with a borderline, very, very borderline Pro Bowl quarterback. You saw that you didn't have another quarterback. You saw that Derrick Henry was not able to carry you throughout the season like he could. You saw that the defense was being depleted, which was a cornerstone of Mike Vrabel's. So the cornerstones that he used to take you to an AFC championship, you saw those cornerstones were starting to break down. And rather than address the cornerstones, you chose to fire the coach. Rightfully so. You're back to square one. Good for you, Tennessee. Keep going.
Talk to me, BRF.
I mean, what more can you say, man? I mean, it's not surprising they went that route of firing Brian Callahan. I mean, he did nothing to inject something new to the culture of Tennessee. They don't have a winning culture there. He wasn't a good coach. He didn't really perform. I mean, yeah, you can say he might not have had, the talent that a lot of these other coaches had, but at the same time, you still have to be able to. Sometimes you have to find a way out of no way. And as a coach, it's just he couldn't get it to line up. He couldn't get it right. So ultimately, Tennessee had to do what they felt was best for their franchise. And you know what I'm saying? Brian Callahan just had to be that he had to be that sacrifice for that. But I mean, he wasn't a good coach. Was not shocked at all. Probably long overdue, because I mean, just in a situation like that. No, like in a situation like that, you have no motivation. You just can't, like. It's one of those, like, nothing will satisfy you, nothing will make you happy, no matter what. And just this is just one of those. I mean, you wish Brian Callahan well. You hope he gets back on his feet and gets another job. But I just think coming in, take over, being the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, I think it was just too much for him. I mean, it's like just that. I mean, that roster, top to bottom. It might be the worst roster talent-wise in the league. I mean, now I will say this though, you do have Cam Ward, and I saw some film of him, some highlight tape of him other day. His arm talent is y'all get my man a decent receiver. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Can Calvin really be the 2 and not the 1? Can we get something respectable for Cam Ward? That way he can actually show up. That way he can actually show off that arm talent. Cam Ward
and O-line.
He has a talented. He has arm talent. He has very much arm talent. He makes some of the throws that he was making, whether they were on the run or throws to where he was anticipating where his receiver was. Just some of the throws he's making, his arm talent is just on another level. And I hope they recognize the potential talent that they have in quarterback there in Tennessee, and just actually use money as far as like good resources. Like, don't get me wrong, at this stage of Calvin Ridley's career, he's a number 2 and he's decent, but he needs an alpha there that's really going to take the load off, that's going to take the burden off of just going out playing football and having fun. They're not having fun in Tennessee. And on the field, it starts with the head coach. And I mean, hey, he had to go. I mean, it is what it is. He did not show anything to the naked eye of him improving as a coach. I mean, there's no winning culture there. I mean, when your quarterback come out on a press conference and said, I'm gonna just keep it a buck, we ass. I mean, what more is it?
Was that not an indication that he was going to get fired?
That should have been the biggest indication that they was about to flip this man his pink slip and tell him we wish you well in your future endeavors. You should have thought that. You should have thought that was the key right there.
Man. I mean, if you look at it, man, look, you know what's shocking with Cam Ward, Caleb Williams, and Bryce Young? All 3 of them were number 1 overall picks, and all their head coaches were fired after the first year. So that tells you it's not just coaching, champ, it's culture. And what type of culture are you trying to bring to the table if you're these teams? So far, Carolina is working out with the head coach. Chicago, now it's working out with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. Because Caleb Williams, he's received a ton of criticism, not only for his play, but also because of the fingernails and everything else. But Caleb Williams has shut critics up so far because Chicago right now, they're what, 3-2? And they've been playing solid. So with Tennessee, before we label Cam Ward a bust or anything like that, let's wait and see, and let's give him some talent for him to build around, not just with weapons in terms of the receivers, but as Champ always says, quarterback cannot throw behind his back. And Cam Ward is not that mobile. He's mobile, but not as mobile or athletic like the Lamars, the Caleb Williams, the Jalen Hurts of the world. So you got to give him some time in the pocket. But Tennessee, I don't know, because you look at Jacksonville, finally they're starting to get their act together. They finally found the head coach in Liam Cohen. I mean, Shane Steichen, the job he has done with the Indianapolis Colts. And, of course, Houston, look, they've had their struggles, but lately they're starting to play better football. They're coming off a bye. They got Seattle this upcoming week, Monday Night Football. And they got a quarterback in C.J. Stroud. They just need to give him an O-line. And we can't say any more about D'Amico Ryans, especially when he prioritizes on the defense, because you got 3 Pro Bowl caliber players in Daniel Hunter, Will Anderson, and Stingley. So you've got some pieces. You've got something to work with if you're this team. But with Tennessee, it's going to take you some time. It's going to take you some time, and you just got to build the type of culture. But speaking of culture, Penn State finally decided to pull the plug with James Franklin. James Franklin has been, after the game against Northwestern, has been fired. I mean, you look at his record at the University of Penn State, looking it up right now, if I could try to find it. Yes, 104-45. He has a conference record of 64-33 and a Big Ten record of 65-37. But he's known for not having the greatest records going up against top 5, top 10, top 25 teams in the nation. And I think him losing 3 consecutive games. Okay, Champ and I, we discussed it. No shame losing to Oregon. Because even though it was at Penn State, it was against a really good Oregon team. No shame in that. But to lose to UCLA, considering the circumstances with the team, because remember, they started off the season 0-3. They fired their head coach, Deshaun Foster. And now, all of a sudden, since the firing, Nico Iamaleava has been playing like crazy so far. Because we talked about how bad Arch Manning was. No, Nico. Now, all of a sudden, he's starting to play well. And I think that loss against Northwestern was the final straw. And unfortunately for Penn State, Drew Allard is going to be out for the rest of the season. I think Penn State had no other choice but to fire James Franklin because they've had enough. As a good family man, James Franklin is, I mean, Champ hit it on the nail. Had it not been for that college football playoff appearance last year, who knows? They probably would have let him go. But it was time. Penn State is now out of the playoff contention, so who knows what's going to happen to them. They're not going to get the head coach from Indiana who just signed that fat 8-year, $93 million contract. So who knows who Penn State is going to hire. It has to be the type of guy that can lead with example. I mean, but the problem is with Penn State, you're not going to find anyone to replace Joe Paterno. Now, look, Joe Paterno, obviously, there's controversy because of the whole thing with Penn State, with Jerry Sandusky and everything else. You're not going to find a Joe Paterno. but you just need to find somebody that's good enough that Penn State can be proud of. And James Franklin, even though his record overall, but against top 5, top 10, top 25 teams, not the greatest to his favor. And look, man, I think the final straw was him losing to Northwestern. And I think Penn State finally just had enough. I mean, again, his record going up against top 25 teams, 17-26. Against top 10 teams, 4-21. Against Big Ten top 10 teams, 1-18. Versus Ohio State and Michigan, 4-16 in all games, but 1-14 against top 10 versions of those teams. So it was inevitable. They had to fire James Franklin. The question is, who's going to be the head coach for them going forward? So, BRF, what are your thoughts?
It's amazing how far Penn State's fallen. At one point, they were the number 3 team in the country. They were number 3 in the country before the Oregon game. And look, hey, I get it. The Oregon game, I understand. That was a great game, down to the wire. Oregon made the plays necessary to win in your building. We get it. That's good team against good team. You know, sometimes it works out like that. You know, or it's one thing to lose a marquee game like that. Okay, you come back to get handled, but not only UCLA, but Northwestern after that. That was the final straw. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, because a lot of people are already tired of you from the standpoint of you can't beat good teams. You can't win when it matters against big teams. They're already kind of tired of you now. And then UCLA and Northwestern, I mean, they needed to do that to save the evil PR that would have came out of keeping James Franklin as a head coach. I mean, it needed to be done at this point. Yeah, you kind of look at it from from a coaching perspective. He pretty much maxed out what he could have done at Penn State. You know, he won a lot. He almost got them a national championship, but you got to be able to maintain something. If you fall off the way he did, like there's nothing else. There's nothing else for you. You have to be let go. I think it was pretty overdue. I thought it was I was one of those that thought it was gonna happen before the season started. So the fact that it happened after year 2 and 3, I mean, that kind of goes to show they were already kind of getting tired of you too. And this recent level of bad play from Penn State and losing these games was just that was it. That was the tipping point. And yeah, I think James Franklin needed to be. You don't wish firing on anybody. You don't wish for anybody to lose their job. But we also understand that football is even in college now. It's a business. It's a business now in college. I mean, people want to win. People want to hang. People want to win national championships. You know, want to let everybody know about it. And it's one of those things where I think it's the right call. James Franklin needed to be let go. They need to go in a different direction. They need to find a way to motivate this team to at least have them finish strong, because with 3 losses, they're all but done from the college football playoff. So now it's just a matter of just getting together and at least at the very least get bowl eligible. You're not going to the playoffs. You already had 3 losses. At least find some strength and quality, do something. Just do something. Do something. Make it get somebody in there, get you bowl eligible, and just kind of build off of that and take it from there. Because James Franklin really and he was a disappointment in terms of high level games, and just he couldn't get it done when it mattered. And then you go out and lose games like that. Then Penn State really had no choice, and it had to be done.
Talk to him, big fella.
Hey, Couldn't have said it no better than that, man. There was a lot of speculation that he might have been fired last year if he hadn't made the college football playoff. But you gotta ask yourself this. Was he on the hot seat coming into the season? I mean, everybody was talking about college football playoffs, although he was ranked very, very high. You gotta ask yourself, look, was this really like the straw that broke the camel's back, or was the camel's back already broke? They was just looking for him to fall off the camel at this point. So you gotta ask yourself that. So you just gotta ask yourself, like I said, a lot of people say, well, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. You gotta ask yourself, look, was that camel's back already broke? They was just looking for a reason for him to fall off that camel. And now that he fell off that camel, hey, now it's time to take everything from him. But look, man, on the flip side of that coin, and I'll end it here. Time for a change. It's gonna be interesting to see who they're gonna get. There's rumors about Coach Gundy because he just got fired from Oklahoma State. There's rumors about Coach O from the 2019 LSU Tigers that he might be interested in coaching again. But hey, I'm gonna just be real with you, man. I'm just gonna be, if I can get fired and make $50 million, you can go ahead and fire me tomorrow. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get fired on purpose here. Just be real. Go out there and run the option 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Just being real. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm just being real. Look, if I get fired, $59 million for me to walk out that door, you never hear from me again. And the only thing I got to do is look for a job. You didn't say I got to get a job. You said I got to look for a job. All right, I'll look for a job. I look for it. I'll be searching.
What type of job is that? Magic City?
No, I'll be searching. I'll be searching at normal places. Like Pebble Beach, and at the coffee shop. Stuff like that. I'll be searching for me a head coach or a media job. But
if you made $49-50 million, who knows? You would probably either own a charity. I see you doing type of charity, philanthropy type of work, or heck, who knows? A dude like yourself wouldn't mind hitting $49 million with the ladies. They going to Vegas, making it rain for a little bit.
No, we ain't gonna do that, man. We gotta get something back. We gotta give something. All seriousness, man. That sounds good, but that's not me. We got to give something back to the community. We got to do some things like that. That's my goal. God willing, I make it. Give something back to the community. Give people something to be proud of.
I know that, but don't act as if you wouldn't want to spoil yourself a little bit.
I'll spoil myself with a couple of hats, some watches, some socks, stuff like that. But I'll make one trip. I'll make a couple trips up there to the Taj Mahal. But I ain't gonna overdo it. You ain't gonna see me in there every week, man. I'm past that, man. I'm up there, man.
But again, $49 million for a buyout, though, and who knows? I mean, hey, to get fired and still able to collect all them money. I mean, hey, you ain't gotta work a day in your life. But
hey.
I hope for Penn State it works out, and hopefully James Franklin he lands back on his feet.
Hey, look, I'm just gonna be real. Look, they have been desperately trying to replace Joe Pa. They have been, and I believe this, the only way to destroy once and for all the demons of Joe Pa and Jared Sandusky is to finally win a national championship. And I believe that's the only way that they feel like that they're going to forever extinguish that ghost. Because right now, that ghost is just lingering above their heads at this point. It's just like there's not been one coach since Joe Pa has unfortunately was forced to retire that has just made Penn State, Happy Valley forget. There has not been. It's still lingering above their head. And if you really look at it, every university who has had a legendary coach, they still can be proud of them at a certain point. When you think about Alabama, they can still be proud of Bear Bryant. When you think about Ohio State, they can still be proud of Woody Hayes, although he punched the guy. You know, they can still be proud of Woody Hayes. You can still be proud of Jim Tressel. You can still be proud of Urban Meyer. When you think about, even the University of Georgia, who only had one national championship as their claim to fame with Herschel Walker, we can still be proud of Vince Dooley. You can still be proud of a lot of the coaches that were legendary before, in the 80s, in the 90s, and things of that nature. Those coaches you can still be proud of, because guess what? All of something that heinous hasn't came out about them. Granted, those coaches in college were, involved in controversy, but nothing up to that magnitude. Even Florida State, even when Bobby Bowden, towards the end of his career, got accused of, the cheating scandal. Yeah, the cheating scandal, that was bad, but that's not something that's just so egregious that everybody's going to cancel you about it. So when you really look at it, every program in college football, as far as legendary coaches, they have coaches that they can be proud of, and they can look back and say, this was the greatest coach of all time. This is that. When you really
except Bobby Petrino.
Well, except for Bobby Petrino, he's not a legendary coach though.
But he did win a Heisman. He did help Lamar Jackson win a Heisman in Louisville. But anytime when you think good, anything you try to think positive with Bobby Petrino, you think all them blatant lies. And we all know Atlanta. And you told me, you said, so Alge, the tight end, I keep forgetting his name. I know who he is. Alge Crumpler. Not really a mean dude. Not really emotional type of guy, but
they clashed. But
damn! You mean to tell me I accidentally lost it and came back, and I had to get in the middle of this conversation talking about that dumbass?
But I believe that they're trying to desperately get that national championship in order to take that stain off of the university. And I believe really and truly that they believe that a natty will take the stain off of that university to finally give them that chance to say, okay, we've got past the Joe Pa situation. Although he's the greatest coach that we are ever going to have in the history of this program, we finally got that stain out of our clothing when it came to that scandal, and we have won a national championship if we have done it the right way. I think that's what Penn State craves at this point. We need a national championship in order to cleanse us from the old regime once and for all. And until they get one, it's just not going to happen.
Only time will tell, but champ, I don't think even if they win a national championship, people are not going to disregard what transpired at Penn State. Considering what happened.
The younger generation, look, people have short memories nowadays, man. Now, us older cats, we're going to remember that forever.
Now, I understand younger generation.
It's just like, hey, we got something that we can hang our hat on. What I mean by that, they're trying to cleanse their souls of it, is you get a national championship, now the younger generation have something that they can hang their hat on in order to be proud of. Because if you really look at the East 60 of that, the young people, they don't even acknowledge Joe Pa anymore. They don't even acknowledge it.
Well, do they acknowledge it, or do they even know? Because even younger generation,
and they don't acknowledge it, and they don't know. They interviewed a couple of young cats about him, and they were like, "Yeah, good coach, but we don't acknowledge him." They don't even acknowledge it. So until they get a new head coach that finally brings them that national championship, it's always gonna be but we'll always can't get that stink out of our nose as far as Joe Pa is there. Because when you think about Joe Pa, you can't think about anything but Jerry Sandusky, unfortunately. You don't think about, it's a shame. When you used to think about Joe Paterno, you used to think about the team that beat the University of Miami in 1987 when they had Vinny Testaverde, one of the best offenses in the league, and Vinny Testaverde won the Heisman. When you thought about Joe Pa, you talked about great long-term coaching. And when you talked about Joe Pa, this is a tradition that still resonates today when it comes to Penn State. You cannot talk about Joe Pa and not talk about some of the greatest linebackers and some of the best running backs that you've ever seen in college football history. That's what you used to think about. Now, when you think about that, you think about a lot of other shit. Now, when you think about Joe Pa, and that's what I think that they need, because you have all of these great running backs coming out. You have all of these great linebackers that have come out. Now, what you're missing is the one for the thumb, that natty. Because you're still recruiting great running backs. You're still recruiting great quarterbacks. You're still recruiting great wide receivers. You're still recruiting great teams. But you haven't gotten that one national championship to cleanse your soul and make people forget about everything else. Make the young people feel like, okay, I don't have to attach myself necessarily to Penn State and Joe Pa. I have a national championship that we can call our own. This is the new generation, the new regime, and everything like that. It's sort of like, look, and I'm not comparing it to this. It's sort of like how the University of Miami, 2001 team, they were very, very brash. They were very, very bold, but they separated themselves on how they acted from the 80s version of the University of Miami.
But they were loaded.
Yeah, they was loaded. But the thing is, those kids, they were going to class. They were trying to do it the right way. They didn't get caught up in the news and stuff like that in 2001 or the 2002. They was trying to separate themselves from that. They was trying not to be the bad boys. They were trying to be model citizens. And I think that's the national championship that Penn State praised. One like that, where we can say we did it the right way, without scandal, without controversy, and without that name, Jerry Sandusky and Joe Pa, being a stain on the Penn State name. That's what I think they're yearning for at this point.
They also have to win the national championship, but they also have to change the culture, not only on, but off the field. Even if they win a national championship, you got to also change the culture off the field. Because you always say this, big fella, 1,000 attaboys is erased by one off shit.
Yes, and that all shit was a big one. Matter of fact, they doo-dooed on the floor and dragged it out in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, it's the type of piss stain that you cannot remove.
Yeah.
So I hope for Penn State it works out for them. But fellas, before we get into our picks, oh shit. Bengals are up 27-17 against the Steelers, and Joe Flacco 25-36, 237, and 3 tubs.
Not surprised. Not surprised. I felt I kind of this game is going to be a shootout. Pittsburgh is going to get theirs. It's going to be a shootout. I'm not surprised that they've already scored. Both teams have already scored like they had. I'm not shocked at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean,
Oldsmobile is going head up. I love it.
No, well, Joe Flacco got enough protection and the representation with him to help him out in that game. So, all right, fellas, let's try to keep it real short and quick because we got a lot of stuff we got to talk about with Babyface Hill and others. For the London games, Rams at Jaguars. The Rams are 2.5-point favorites.
Rams.
I'm gonna take the Rams, but this is gonna be probably one of the better international games we've seen this year.
It's gonna be a good defensive game. I think so. I think it's gonna be a good defensive game because I think, look, like I said, the only reason why Kansas City lost that game against Jacksonville Monday night, Kansas City, BRF, you're gonna talk about Washington shooting themselves in the foot. Kansas City did shoot themselves in the foot with Mahomes, with the picks and the special teams and penalties.
So exactly, agreed.
And we picked Seattle. You and I, we picked Seattle. Champ picked Jacksonville, but we picked Seattle because we thought Seattle was going to be the superior team, and it was demonstrated. I mean, look at the combination with Darnold and Jackson Smith-Njigba and how the way they were getting after Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna lean Rams here because I think they can do similar things, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. And I know the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing well. Trevor Lawrence is playing some good ball, but hey, I'm around with my homie Matthew Stafford on this one. I'm gonna go Rams.
All right, I'm going Rams as well. Interesting one right here. You got the Saints at the Bears. Needless to say, Champ is rolling with the Bears because he can't stand them Aints. Chicago's a 4.5-point favorite. I do think it's going to be a tight game, though. I think Spencer Rattler is going to show some flashes of what he can be. He's going to make a mistake or two. I think if I'm Chicago, though, considering how good I am as far as running the football, try to balance it up with Williams and also with DeAndre Swift. Because if I'm looking at the Saints rushing defense in the NFL, they are at this point 19th. 19th. So slightly below average. You can try to run the football with Caleb Williams and with DeAndre Swift, depending on the weather. You don't necessarily have to throw the ball that many times in order for you to win.
Right.
And it's getting cold. And it's getting colder. We all know for a fact how cold it is in Chi-Town.
Mm-hmm.
Right about that. I'm gonna go Bears on this one. I don't know. I just feel like they're the better team. They're the better team both sides of the ball. So I'm gonna take the Bears.
Looking at this next game, the Shitters, Dolphins at Browns.
Jesus Christ!
Remember I said last week, Ed Farrar, Vince Russo.
I want to see. Hey, look, man. Hey, Tua, you've been talking all that mess. Let's see if you can back it up now. That's all I got to say. On that note, I'm taking the Browns.
Me too. It's like no matter what state Cleveland's in, they're gonna play some defense. And I'm taking the Browns just solely on that defense alone and how good Quinshon Judkins has been so far. So I'm gonna go. And plus I don't trust Tua as far as I could throw him. I'm gonna roll Cleveland here in the slight upset.
I am going to go Cleveland because although I have no faith in Dylan Gabriel pushing the football, if they can just run the ball with Jukins, and Cleveland's defense isn't really that bad. And Tua hasn't really been playing that well. Tua probably may throw an interception or two. And I think the best thing I'll make this prediction. If the Cleveland Browns embarrass the Miami Dolphins, then and only then you need to fire Mike McDaniel. You just have to. Mike McDaniel, we appreciate your services, but I think it's best for you to move on. And if the more I hear Tua Tagovailoa talk, meanwhile he's not producing, they should bench Tua in favor of Quinn Ewers. And in no way I am implying that Quinn Ewers will be the guy for Miami. But Tua needs to learn a little bit of humility. And Tua has been running his mouth lately. Now, he did apologize, but still, how are the rest of the teammates going to feel with Tua?
Oh, they don't respect him. He's already let that come out of his mouth. They don't respect him.
And at this particular point, if he continues to have these awful performances, then I think Miami has to bench him. I don't care if I'm paying him a ton of money. He is being a detriment to the team. And he's not producing to the level or standard we thought and imagined. And don't act as if he doesn't have talent, because he does. So that's what should happen. Obviously, we ain't gonna waste our time. Patriots at Titans.
Patriots.
Oh yeah, Patriots.
Raiders at Chiefs, however. And Kansas
Chiefs.
City's a 12.5-point favorite.
Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Champ, you got Chiefs?
Yes, I got the Chiefs. I got the Chiefs.
Yeah. Speaking of chefs, yeah, Patrick Mahomes definitely he cooking a full course meal on Vegas. Yeah, Chiefs all the way.
As long as Geno Smith doesn't commit turnovers, they may have a chance, but I'm rolling with Kansas City. All right, next one. Interesting one. Eagles at Vikings. And Minnesota is a 2.5-point favorite. I'm sorry. Philadelphia is a 2.5-point favorite. I apologize. Philadelphia is a 2.5-point favorite.
Is McCarthy, is he back?
I don't think he should be back.
No, I think it's still Carson Wentz, and he's actually played pretty well. And this is kind of a revenge game for Carson Wentz going against Philly. Kind of a revenge game for him.
That's my point, PRF.
Yeah. Part of me, I can't do it though. Part of me wants to kind of pull the trigger and pick the upset with Minnesota, but I can't put myself to do it. I'm a roll with Philly to get the road win here.
Cold is Minnesota. Lake Minnetonka in the building.
You got Minnesota?
Yeah, I will go with Lake Minnetonka.
I'm going with Minnesota too. Because again, there's been frustrations with the Philadelphia Eagles offense, particularly the offensive coordinator. And is this going to be the type of game that Saquon can go off? Now, the one thing we know about with Brian Flores, the defense. You know their defense is going to get after Jalen Hurts.
Most definitely that is true. But I don't know. I don't see. It could be a revenge game for Carson Wentz, but I just don't see it as far as in terms if it was getting to a shootout. I don't know. I don't trust it. I do think he's going to play well, but I'm going Eagles.
Okay. But I think this is going to be a really interesting game. But as far as sacks, let me look up the sacks right now. That is most giving up sacks. But one thing for sure, Brian Flores, he's going to try to come up with a game plan. If they can get after Jalen Hurts, if they can try to sack him, and if they can do what they do, because we all know the blueprint, just try to contain Saquon Barkley. And plus, there's been frustrations with the Eagles offense with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. So who knows? Panthers at Jets. Carolina is a 1.5-point favorite. Will it be the time for the Jets to finally win a game?
Nah, picking the Panthers.
North Carolina, come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Twist it around your head. Spin it like a helicopter. That was for you, Harrison, by the way, if you're listening.
I got Panthers. Giants at Broncos. Denver's a 7.5-point favorite. Although the Giants offense is better than the Jets offense, nothing much to brag about. Giants have a damn good defense.
I'm going with the Giants simply because I'm gonna go with the Giants. I'm gonna go with the upset, man, just because I want to see them potentially upset Bo Nix. Bo Nix, you from Auburn, so I don't like you.
Oh, you just petty.
No, I can't go that far. Games like this should be what the Denver Broncos live for against a rookie who hasn't seen everything yet. The Broncos the Broncos defense should throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Jackson Dart. Give me the Broncos here.
I got Broncos. Colts at Chargers. LA is a 1.5-point favorite.
Mm.
I
This
got
should be one of the better games. You got who?
Indy.
Mm.
Because
Definitely
I
should be
want
one of the better games for the slate.
Hey, Jonathan Taylor, make another statement game. Make another case for Offensive Player of the Year. And on top of that, Daniel Jones, you're not going to have to ask him to do that much anyway. And again, I think it's going to be a very competitive game, but I got Indy 30, LA 27.
I'm gonna go Chargers here. I do like, even though Omarion Hampton is down, I did like what I see out of I did like what I saw from Kamani Vidal that last game. Yeah, I'm gonna as long as he gives Justin Herbert enough of a running game to be able to kind of set up play action, let him do his thing, I am gonna go Chargers here.
Champ?
The Indiana Jones takes this one home.
Commanders at Cowboys. And the Commanders are the 1.5-point favorite. I'm going to go Dallas. Although y'all can say reverse psychology, I don't blame myself by using reverse psychology. I'm not gonna, if they lose, I'm gonna pick Dallas regardless because I'm not gonna be disappointed anymore. Because I expected Chicago, I expected us to beat Chicago. I'm furious. I'm upset. I'm not trying to fall for the okie doke again. And plus, Dallas, they're just too good at home compared to what they are on the road. And I don't know what type of Washington team am I going to get. So I'm going with Dallas.
Mm.
I'm going to the wash.
Champ got the Commanders, BRF.
Oh man. I'm expecting at least 60 points scored in this game between both teams. I think they both hit 30. With that being said, that Prescott, I gotta give it to him. He's playing on another tier right now. I'm gonna give a slight edge to the Cowboys. I'm gonna pick the Cowboys here.
Packers at Cardinals. And for those who may not know, Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. Kyler Murray was limited in Cardinals practice. So I'm going to lean towards Green Bay. Now, remember, keep in mind, Green Bay, they did lose to Cleveland. And even though it lost to Indianapolis last week, Arizona almost beat Indy. And Jacoby Brissett played really well, to his credit, though. But I'll lean towards Green Bay.
Go, Pack, go.
I'm gonna go. You know what? Yeah, give me Green Bay too.
This is a rivalry game for y'all. Atlanta at San Francisco. San Fran is a 2.5-point favorite. The reason why I say rivalry, Kyle Shanahan facing his old team. He was the former offensive coordinator. We all know of the Atlanta Falcons. Helped get the Falcons to the Super Bowl, but unfortunately blew that 28-3 lead. Something that Falcons fans still to this day have never recovered. I'm going with the Falcons on this one because all them amount of injuries, losing Fred Warner, how are they going to find a way to stop Bijan Robinson and Algier? And I expect Michael Penix Jr. to put up some numbers because the 49ers, they're not really known for having an excellent or a great secondary. Mac Jones, to his credit, has played well, but he is going up against a really good Falcons defense in James Pierce, as you mentioned, BRF. I got Atlanta 23, San Fran 13. And we all know Champ's gonna say forever. I love Atlanta.
This is another this is potentially another statement game for the fellas. I think I'm gonna go Atlanta here. I think this is another statement game. I think this is. I mean this. The way I was talking about Bijan and Tyler going off against Buffalo, this could be the Penix game because San Francisco doesn't have a great secondary. I mean, this could be the game where we see Michael Penix to Kyle Pitts connection really finally do something. This could be the game. Give me the Falcons. Give me the Falcons 31 to. I'm gonna say 31-17.
Champ, forever I love Atlanta. We all know. Give us your score prediction.
Rise up. 31-17.
All right. Tampa Bay at Detroit. And Detroit is a 5.5-point favorite. I go with Detroit because Tampa Bay's defense, they haven't really impressed me that much, Champ. And I think Baker's going to put up a great game despite the injuries, but everything will come back to earth at some point.
I'll take Tampa.
Eventually, the receiver injuries have to take effect at some point. And Detroit wants track meets, and Tampa hasn't necessarily played a lot of teams that like to run track meets. Detroit thrives in track meets. I'm gonna go Detroit here.
All right, Champ has Tampa, and the last one, Houston at Seattle. Seahawks are a 3.5-point favorite. I'm leaning with the Seahawks because if Devin Witherspoon comes back, Zach Charbonnet running the ball. I want to see the matchup between JSN versus Derek Stingley. That's going to be a good one, though. The offensive line, as long as Kenneth Walker III running the football effectively, and as long as Sam Darnold doesn't commit turnovers, and I have no faith in Houston's O-line protecting C.J. Stroud. So I'm going to go with the Seahawks, 23, Texans 10.
23-13 Seahawks.
Champ?
27-17 Seahawks.
All right. Then goes with our picks. Now, time for my favorite discussion on the Sports PSP podcast, Babyface Heel. Now, for those who may not know what Babyface Heel means in wrestling terminology, Babyface is a good guy hero, a heel is a bad guy villain, and a tweener is someone in between Babyface and heel. So me and the panel, we come up with a list of athletes or celebrities, and we're going to decide whether they are a Babyface heel or tweener. First one, Michael Jordan. Many the GOAT. I say tweener.
Okay.
Some may say babyface because his aura, his presence, the 6 championships, 6 finals MVPs, never let a game 7 come to his watch, his heart, his greatness, his airness, but also tweener. Because remember, in the Last Dance documentary, he did say, I'm afraid I'm going to be viewed or perceived as a bad guy. Michael wasn't always the greatest teammate in the world. Sometimes he treated his teammates like shit. Look no further than Horace Grant. Do you remember the story of Horace Grant, Champ? The airplane situation in which the flight attendant, they were serving the rest of the team food, and Michael told the flight attendant, don't serve him any food because he played like shit.
Yeah.
The other knock on Michael Jordan, and look, say whatever you want about LeBron James off the court. One thing you cannot say about him off the court is that he's not outspoken. Jordan, on the other hand, remember, Republicans buy sneakers too. And we all know this, and we all know the situation in North Carolina. However, I will give Michael Jordan credit, though. He is becoming more outspoken about social issues. And remember, he talked at great length about the George Floyd statement. You can, if you want to right now, Champ, you can look at the statement he made about with George Floyd and all the situations back in 2020. This is during the COVID pandemic and also with Black Lives Matter. It was a hell of a lot better statement than Tiger Woods' statement, because in the aftermath of George Floyd, Tiger Woods said, "My heart goes out to George Floyd, his family, and his loved ones. I have always had the utmost respect for our law enforcement. They train so diligently how, when, and where to use force." That was the statement from Tiger Woods back in 2020 after what happened with George Floyd. I say tweener with Michael. I can understand those who say babyface because Michael, his aura. People talked about how when they're around Jordan, I mean, I don't like using the comparison, but it's kind of like God in some people's eyes of how he was perceived with the Jordan brand, with the shoes, the airness. But he's also a tweeter. And plus, let's not forget Isaiah Thomas. He was one of the reasons that Isaiah was not on the Dream Team back in 1992. But a lot of people did not want Isaiah Thomas. Karl Malone, Charles Barkley. I don't think Magic Johnson or Isaiah didn't want him. Neither did Scottie Pippen. But Michael Jordan definitely played a role for keeping Isaiah Thomas out of the Dream Team. And that was wrong. Again, no disrespect, no knock to John Stockton. But Zeke definitely belonged up there. And when you look at his time with the Charlotte Hornets as an owner, greatest basketball player, but at the same time, horrible owner. Why do you think Jerry Krause, rest his soul, said players don't win championships, organizations do? And considering the type of shit and treatment he received from Michael during their time with during their time in Chicago. So I say tweener with Michael. I respect and admire him as an athlete, him working on his craft, perfecting his craft. But at the same time, they look at, and of course, let's not forget Atlantic City with the whole gambling situation and then the retiring. They're gonna look at that as well. I say tweener. So whoever wants to go.
Babyface. Look, I know we all hate, and let's just be real. We all hate that asshole teacher. We all hate the asshole teammate. We all hate the asshole coworker. We all hate the asshole. But that's the person who brings the best out of us. That's the person who brings Mr. Hall, God rest his soul, one of my greatest teachers of all time, Vietnam vet. When I was in 7th grade, I love to play around. He said, don't come around. And he used to always tell me, don't bring them damn jokes in my classroom. Because even back then, I was a jokester. Don't bring them damn jokes in my classroom. You're a straight A student, act like one. One of my best friends, won't say his real name, but when I say his name, he'll know. C100 from the Wolf Pack. One of the biggest asses that I've known this guy since I was like 12 years old. He is an ass. But this dude will just work my damn nerve because, like I said, I play around. Like I said, hey, I'll play around, and guess what? It's kind of like that Randy Moss / Shaq effect. Look, when it's time to be ready, I'll be ready. But for now, I'm gonna play around. But when my grades slipped, even when I made B's, he would always say, "Hey man, you know what? You do better than that shit, man. I know you made an 80 on the damn test when you could have made that. You just didn't want to study." I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's a B though. My parents ain't gonna say that. I'm still on honor roll, making all B's and still honor roll. Man, you can do better than that, man. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. You need people like that to bring the best out of you. If you ask any person who is successful, ask them who brought the best out of them. Was it the guy who slacked off just like them, or was it the serious guy? Ask yourself that. Ask any successful person. If you want to look no further than a person who was deemed as an asshole but was very, very loving and caring, look at Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World. Look how tough he was on his students. Look how tough he was on his neighbors. Look how tough he was on the families. but look how much he bought the best out of. Just because you're an asshole, that doesn't mean that you are just terrible. Guess what? Sometimes you have to be that way because nobody else around here is taking charge. Sometimes you have to be that way. Like nobody's taking charge, nobody's doing anything. Everybody's kind of do their own thing. Okay, I have to be the bad guy now. And when you're winning, guess what? You can get away with being a little bit of an ass. So just because someone was an ass and gambled and played cards and was kind of a rough around the edges type of guy doesn't mean that, you know, you don't necessarily have to be the good guy. The great words of Thanos, sometimes the toughest decision require the strongest wills. And that's what I think it is. Like I stated, there's a lot of friends that I have around me now that I'm grateful for because guess what, man? I love my playful friends. I love them all. Love them, all y'all. But when I know when it's time to get something done, I always go to my asshole friends. Hey man, I already know I gotta get this done. Because they're not gonna let me play around with a project I got going on. They're gonna stay on me about it. Hey man, you did this, you did this, you did this. Not that they have to, but the thing is, they're gonna ask me about it. They're gonna hold me accountable. There's a level of accountability when you're trying to be great. There's a level of accountability that you have to have. And guess what, man? When people are on you like that, they know there's something in you. Some people are not buttholes just for the sake of being one. Some people say, hey, man, you need to stop bullshitting because guess what? You're one of the best players in the league. Why the hell are you only averaging 13 points where you can average 21? Yeah. As far as him not speaking up on social issues, people need to do a lot more research, not talk about you, PSP, but people need to do a lot more research because he's been silently building free clinics for the longest.
And he's also done a lot of philanthropy as well, too. Yeah. So it's interesting to me, Champ. You call MJ a babyface, but you said Kobe a tweener.
Yeah, Kobe is a tweener. And the reason why I said that
because of
the case.
Right. But I understand that part. But Kobe wasn't the most lovable teammate in the world either.
No, he wasn't. And I would have looked 4 people when I was playing basketball, I said I would have loved to have played for. 4. Played for or with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, the coach from Georgetown,
John Thompson, Russell.
And last but not least, here's the coach that I would have loved to play for the most. I would love to play for Bobby Knight. I would play for Bobby Knight. Because the thing is, like I say, I know that I'm going to be held accountable. If you really look at Shaq, the thing about Shaq is this. Yes, he played around a lot. But when Phil Jackson and Coach Dale put him in check, he made sure that he respected their authority. When they pushed his ass into a fire, guess what? He went into the fire with guns a-blazing. When Coach Dale down there in LSU lit a fire up on him, after he said LSU meant Little Shaq, Little University, he said, hell no. I expect for you to be on time. LSU stands for Louisiana State University, and you will act like it. Even Shaq will tell you that. When you have authority figures around you and you have generals that stay strong, much like his father.
Versus Sergeant Philip Harrison.
Exactly. When you have generals around you, guess what? All the time you're not going to be deemed as the good guy. And that's fine. There's a very special person, another special person that's very special to me. I won't say their name. They're very close to me. Been around me all my life. They were not always, you're not always going to be deemed as friendly. Just because you're the friendliest guy doesn't mean you're the nicest guy. There's a lot of quote unquote nice guys out there, but they really shitbags. Let's just be perfectly honest with you. But
except Mick Foley.
Yeah, except Mick Foley. But that's another story for another day. But when you have strong generals who stand strong and stand firm and don't allow you to slack off, you bring the best out of it. He brought the best out of Dennis Rodman. He brought the best out of Ron Harper. Brought the best out of Scottie Pippen. Sometimes you have to be the bad guy in order to bring the best out of your guys. And my thing is, look, I bet you. Look, I'm gonna just be real. If nobody ever told me Prince donated so much money to charity, bailed out students, did a lot of things for the community, I never would have known those things because guess what? Prince was a Jehovah's Witness. He wasn't allowed to say what he had did, but it was reported. A lot of times, just because you're silent about an issue doesn't mean that you agree. A lot of times your best work can be behind the scenes about something and people don't even know that you're doing it. That's why I brought up the fact that Michael Jordan, he's been building free hospitals throughout the state of North Carolina ever since his playing career. And and these days of free healthcare, that's a rarity. Those are free health clinics for his community.
And to be clear, Chan, when I say Michael not speaking up, in no way I am calling Michael out and calling him a sellout or anything like that. So I want to get the record straight on that.
Yeah.
I just figured, Michael, at the height and prime of your career, even though what you mentioned, Chan, as far as if it's charitable donations, yes. But at the same time, Michael, you could have brought more awareness. Remember Craig Hodges? Remember one of his teammates that was at the White House? Remember the type of outfit that he wore and how he wanted Michael and Magic to use their platforms to speak up?
Yeah, during the LA riots, they wanted them to walk off the floor. They said it was too extreme. But like I stated, you'll be surprised what happened behind the scenes. Magic Johnson did stuff behind the scenes. Michael Jordan did stuff behind the scenes. Like I stated, just because you're silent and people don't, a lot of times, look, I'll use this as an example. A lot of people help me behind the scenes and you'll never know it, including the two men that are sitting right in front of me right now, whether it be moral support, whether it be a good pep talk or anything. Everything that you do don't always have to be blasted in front of everybody. Everything that you do don't always have to be blasted in front of everybody. The gifts that people give you ain't always got to be blasted in front of everybody. And that's the thing. And when I found out how long he's been given to certain charities and certain causes ever since that he was in the NBA, it kind of shocked me because the only thing you hear that goes back to my phrase, 1,000 attaboys is erased by one R shit. The only thing you hear about Jordan is that one R shit when he says Republicans buy sneakers too. But the thing is, he endorsed a Democrat in the form of Bill Bradley, who was a former player for the New York Knicks. But people don't talk about that. He endorsed him as president. He endorsed him as a candidate. Bill Bradley, the All-American Bill Bradley, played for the New York Knicks. He endorsed him. People don't talk about that part. They only talk about Republicans buy sneakers too. They don't talk about the part where he endorsed Bill Bradley. So, yeah. And plus, you got to think about this. During that time, Jordan was still early in his career at this point. Jordan's still early in his career. Of course, your mentality back then is not going to be where it is when you're 30, 40 years old. Of course it's not. Of course you're thinking about protecting everything because, you're thinking about not just you, you're thinking about everybody around you. People, there's a common misconception when you have a blessing or something was placed onto you that the only thing you're thinking about is yourself. Hell no, I'm thinking about the people that's around me. If a fight happened outside my door, and guess what? All three of y'all are there. I know I can beat this dude's ass outside and stop the fight. You think I'm finna go fight him? Hell no, because I got to think about what's going to happen if he pulls out a gun or if we got an endorsement contract. Y'all get hurt. Now they pulled the endorsement. Now everybody else is hurt. Hurt not only physically but financially as well. So it's bigger than you either way.
And plus, also, Michael, because he wanted to perfect his craft. He was so dedicated to his passion, which was basketball. So it's not like Michael. Would I like to hear Michael speak about these types of issues back then during the prime of his career, champ? It wouldn't have hurt. You would have loved to hear what Michael had to say. He didn't need to be Muhammad Ali. He didn't need to be Malcolm X. He didn't need to be Dr. King. He didn't need to be Rosa Parks or anything like that. It would have been nice if we had heard him say something, at least.
And we heard him, and we did hear him. We did hear him at one point. He spoke up for none other. No, he stuck up for no other than a man who was blackballed from the league within itself. He spoke up for Chris Jackson, aka Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, when he was
remember when he left 29 years old, and remember not only that, his house was burned down.
Yes, he spoke up for him. He was like, hey, if that's what his religious belief and that's what he believed, he should be allowed to express that. So people always pick out that whole Republicans buy sneakers as well. They always pick that out and say, well, he was never involved, but they don't ever pick out him endorsing Bill Bradley. They don't ever pick out him speaking up for Mahmoud Abdul Rauf or anything of that nature. So, yeah.
Okay, but what about him keeping Isaiah Thomas out of the Dream Team? Now, again, it wasn't just him. There was a lot of other people as well, too.
Okay, 1984.
But he denied it on the Last Dance documentary, but then there was the audio tape.
Okay, but here it is. Back in 1984, let me clean myself up real good. Back in 1984, Jordan is a rookie in the NBA. Go back and look this up. There was a freeze out of Michael Jordan where it seems like everybody made sure that he didn't get the ball during the All-Star game. Go back and look up the Jordan freeze out. And it was rumored to have been led by Isaiah Thomas. Because remember, during that year, Jordan wore a lot of Nike paraphernalia. It was, look, when you talk about Caitlin Clark and the jealousy that she experienced in the W, that shit was times a million when Michael Jordan came into the league. Because he had all the Nike paraphernalia, he had the hottest shoes on, everything. And they froze him out of the All-Star game. Go back and look up the Jordan freeze out. Everybody talks about the Jordan freeze out back during the All-Star game in 1984. Doing his rookie.
Also, no. I'm not arguing disputing that, but not only that, the Eastern Conference Finals. Because remember, Detroit beat them the first two times, but when Chicago swept them, remember they didn't shake hands.
Exactly.
And Michael Jordan had to do an interview, Game 7, in which they lost.
Yeah. And look, you got to think about this too. It wasn't just one person admitted that he kept Isaiah off the team. You know who that was? Magic Johnson, because he called up his when Magic Johnson had his announcement, which we will not say on the air. When he had his announcement, go look up the call. Go look up Magic versus Bird. The courtship of rivals, and look up after he made his announcement that he was retiring, and look who made a call to Magic Johnson's agent asking about certain things when it came to Magic Johnson after he made that announcement. So it wasn't just Jordan who kept him off that team. He had fallen out with Magic as well. He fell out of favor with him, who was his best friend, and they used to hug and kiss on the cheek on the court. And before every game, fell out of favor with him because of that incident right there. You froze Jordan out. You didn't shake hands at the end of the game, regardless of what people say about you. Guess what? Go ahead, shake hands, walk off the floor. And guess what? Hey, there was a lot of things that you did as well in order to freeze him out of that All-Star game. So, okay, you win the battle. I'm going to win the war. Guess what? I'm not for clapping back. I always have a mentality, just because I don't retaliate to something doesn't mean that I forgot. But if you want to get your lick back, I'm all for it. And guess what? If you want to freeze me out of an All-Star game because you think I'm bigger than you coming in as a rookie, fine and well. But when my name gets bigger than yours and it's time for me to speak up for you, you know what I'm going to tell you? In the great words of Bruce Wayne, I don't have to hurt you, but I damn sure don't have to save you. So I'm not saving you from this ostracizing that people don't already want you on this team. The press and the media and the choosers didn't already want him on that team in the first place because he was on the Bad Boy Pistons. The style was not exciting basketball in the first place. They was deemed the bad boys for a reason. Then you walked off the court. And I remember the fact that you froze me out of the All-Star game. I remember all of that. So now that it's my turn, do not start crying. I always say this. What's so funny about that with Isaiah Thomas? There's an old saying by the man who raised me by the name of Johnny Pryor. He always says this. He always told me this. the first one that never wants to give mercy be the first motherfucker who begged for some. And that's what's the case with Isaiah Thomas. You never gave mercy or grace when Michael Jordan was in his younger days. You froze him out of that All-Star game. You said a lot of stuff about him around the way, and guess what? You're still doing it. So now that it's time for us to choose this Olympic team, okay, you showed me no mercy. You didn't show me the grace that I deserve after I beat you, and you didn't show me the grace that I showed you even when you was beating me. Okay, my turn. No grace for you, and I don't blame him. Like I said, I have a rule. Guess what? Just because you don't retaliate doesn't mean I forgot. I forget about it, and guess what? I'm gonna let you go on about your way from there. That way, I don't end up retaliating. But guess what? I'm all about somebody getting their lick back. And if you get your lick back by keeping somebody off the Olympic team after they froze you out, didn't want to shake hands, and on top of that, insulted Magic Johnson the way you did, guess what? You got what you deserve. I don't have no problem with it.
I'm not sure the Lord would like that because I'm just saying the Lord would probably say, "Hey, forgive and move on." I mean, you ain't got to be friends with them, but at the same time, two wrongs don't make a right, though.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't have that mentality. Like I said, I have
Other people may not, though. Other people may not.
I don't retaliate. Don't mean I forgot. I just leave you alone because I have to leave you alone after you do something heinous. I don't have that mentality. But if somebody else chooses to take that route, I ain't got no problem with it. Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, what about what he did to Jerry Krause, though? How the way he treated Jerry Krause?
Well, that was inexcusable. I really cannot argue with that. But at the same time, I will say this. The thing is this. He was absolutely right, Jerry Krause. Players and coaches are wrong. Don't win championship. Organizations win championships. Because if it wasn't for Jerry Krause,
and remember, he was booed. When he was, do you remember when he was booed when the Bulls celebrated him? When the Bulls brought him up to commemorate for the championships and stuff, he was booed.
Yeah, he was booed. And guess what? People don't understand something. Jerry Krause was right. He had to get rid of that team in order to rebuild. Unfortunately, he was not able to rebuild and win a championship, but he was able to rebuild because the average age of that team was 36 years old. You're not going to win very much anymore. So Jerry Krause is absolutely right in dismantling that team. The only way to get through and get through the salary cap was, sign them the long-term deal, but that would have put them in mediocrity forever. But he was absolutely right. Now, the treatment of Jerry Krause, that was wrong. I will give you that. I will give you that all the way because guess what? I wouldn't like nobody telling me walking around here, what are them pills you got? Them short pills or them diet pills. So, it's a lot of little mean things. And, some stuff didn't even make it to the press. I'll never forget this article that he said about Jerry Krause. Go watch Top 5 Reasons You Can't Blame Jerry Krause on ESPN, Top 5 Reasons You Can't Blame. And I never forget something that Scottie Pippen had said that he told Jerry Krause. He said, Jerry, there's a lot, you can go fishing. There's a lot of lakes out here, man. You can always go fishing. He said, don't worry if you catch anything, your ass can always eat the bait. So, just little ribs and stuff like that. And if it wasn't for Jerry Krause, there's no team that's built around Michael. But, Krause was not good. He was always treated as an outsider. But, that's the one thing you could hold against him. But everything
you could hold against Michael for what he did to Steve Kerr. Remember when he punched him?
Yeah.
That was totally unnecessary. I mean, come on, Michael.
It's totally unnecessary, but look, I'm going to just be real. I play sports all the time. I boxed. I did MMA. I played offensive line and stuff like that. You get in fights with teammates just like you get into fist. Look, I've gotten into fist fights with my friends. We've been friends ever since. So you get into fist fights with your friends where you have a very, very strong disagreement. Granted, it shouldn't get that far. But guess what? You do that. You shake hands. You call, and you squash it from there. But like I said,
what about Horace Grant?
What about Horace? What did he say about Horace Grant again?
Do you remember when Horace Grant talked about a story? The flight attendant, they were serving food, the rest of the team food. Michael told the flight attendant, don't serve him anything because he played like shit.
Yeah, and guess who did the same thing to his team? Jimmy Johnson did the same thing when it came to the Dallas Cowboys. Watch the documentary. He did the same thing. So guess what? It always takes that one. And what was Jimmy Johnson when he played for, when he was coaching for it? He was a butthole. Like I stated, it takes that one guy in order to lead a group. You can't always lead with kindness. A lot of people don't respect. Look, if I've learned anything from the man who raised me, you can't always lead with kindness and kumbaya and stuff like that. Sometimes you got to come in there and have a full-fledged bite.
Orange, I'm not saying we have to kiss and make up and do all that type of shit. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But just like you, I got kids. Just like you, I have a family. And at the end of the day, I'm a man just like you. And I don't care whether you like me. I don't give a fuck if you like me. But I won't let you disrespect me, no matter how great or valuable you are. And the thing I hate about it with Jordan is he gets a pass for it, kind of like in some way like Brady. If any other athlete had done that, what would we be saying? Unless if they had the credentials like Michael Jordan had. I just don't like it because I'm a firm believer. We don't have to be kind. I can understand what you're saying, Chip, but at the end of the day, I look at somebody, I treat somebody with respect. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to be buddies. But you a man like me, I'm gonna treat you with the respect, just like how you would treat me. And that's it. We're gonna handle our business. We're gonna take our work seriously. But I'm not gonna treat you like you less than.
Yeah. And I agree with that 100%. Probably, I'm going to just be real. The reason why, I'm going to just put it out there, the reason why I am the way I am is because guess what? The man who raised me was exactly the opposite. He was very, very stern, very, very no nonsense. I told you about the suits and the clothes. I told people about that. He was very no nonsense. And when he said something, people listened, regardless of that. And guess what? His leadership style was unlike mine. I always, hey, we come in, let's lead with kindness and stuff like that. Let's lead with that. When he saw people was not listening, it's time to get the cables out. And that's what he used to call it.
I understand that, Chap. I understand if people not taking their job, their shit seriously, if they're just goofing around and stuff like that. Yeah. I understand that. But if people are taking their work seriously, and if they're doing the best they can, then I believe you can criticize them, but don't belittle them to the point that they're less than.
Yeah.
Another person's trash is another person's treasure.
Hey man, look, my dad told me this right here. People always say one man's trash is another man's treasure, but people will gladly dump their wasteland upon you. Don't let them do it. And that's the absolute truth. Just because somebody and he always used to tell me this, somebody else threw that shit away for a reason. Let's just be real. Somebody threw that shit away for a reason. So don't be Captain blank, blank, blank and going out there thinking that you finna get it and turn it into something because you got the magic touch. They put it outside for a reason. Leave it alone. He told me that when I was walking outside and I saw somebody threw out a pair of autographed Everlast boxing gloves.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that one day. I was gonna go over there and get them. He said, "Hey, champ, leave that shit alone." I said, "Pop, they autograph them. Leave that shit alone. Get up out of there." Lo and behold, the very next day, the trash man picked them up. It was maggots in there. So guess what? Again, and that goes back to what he said. Everybody's talking about one man's trash is another man's treasure, but guess what? People will gladly dump their toxic waste upon you, and they're looking for a sucker to dump it on. And there's one more in every minute. So be careful about that.
Well, also, Shannon Sharp did say, be careful about the toes. I can't remember exactly. The toes you step in, they'll lead into the butt. I can't remember the exact
toes step on that'll lead to the butt that you have to kiss later on down the line. And again, like I stated, I agree. But when you were as big, but I'm going to just be real. When you're as big as Michael Jordan, I'm the damn toe, the hip, and the feet. So guess what? I ain't got to kiss nobody's ass. I'm just being real. So the thing.
Okay. But did you say that with Bill Cartwright? Because Bill Cartwright, it got to a point in which Bill Cartwright even had to come check you, to which I didn't have a problem with what Bill Cartwright did.
Like I stated, I don't conduct business a certain way, But like I stated, when it comes to it, I don't have no problem with it. Well, you got to check somebody, you got to check them. That's the thing. It goes both ways. You saw he never did that shit again, didn't it?
Would he do that to Charles Oakley?
Hell no.
And we all know how he and Oakley are tight.
Yeah, they tight. But guess what? He would, like I said, like Jordan stated earlier, Jake Jordan used to state, even when he did the 2K interview, when he was on the cover of 2K, he said, look, people always have this common misconception about me and Charles. Me and Charles Oakley used to argue just like anybody else. Matter of fact, we argued even worse because we was best friends. And when we played against each other, this dude would try to take my damn head off, and we'd go out afterwards, have a beer, and laugh about it after the damn game. So, and he said, even when I didn't take him out to dinner, he still do the same thing. Even when beers was on him, he do the same thing. When you have a relationship, it's going to always be Stone Cold and Vince, a prime example. When you have a relationship, it's not going to be always roses and stone. It's not going to be all.
No, I'm not saying it has to be roses. I'm not asking for that. Obviously, we're going to have problems. We're going to have differences, but not to the point in which it destroys or jeopardizes. Remember, I brought up the T.O. example. Sorry to take too much of your time, BRF. Remember when T.O. talked about the story in which the Eagles, remember the Browns or the Giants game, in which he ran the route, ran it through a T. Donovan didn't get him the ball. And when T.O., all he did was just ask him, hey, what happened on that play? Donovan told him, shut the fuck up. To which you even admitted that one of his teammates confirmed that Donovan had done that.
Yeah.
And my thing is, look, regardless how great you are, that doesn't mean you have a right to belittle me. That doesn't mean you have a right to disrespect me, regardless of how big you are. And that's the problem that I have. If LeBron, look, you don't hear that with LeBron. Say whatever you want about LeBron. You don't hear that with Bron.
No.
You don't hear that with any other athlete. Tom. Do you hear Tom belittle people like that? Heck, even Tom allowed Antonio Brown to come live with him.
Yeah.
And we know for a fact we damn sure don't want Antonio Brown at our place, given all them issues.
He can't sleep outside in the tent at my house. I'm just being real. Probably, I'm just gonna be real. Probably because, and here's why I have no problem with the strong leadership, the strong style leadership, rather than it. I'm more lighthearted. When I was a manager, when I became a section leader in the Army, I was a little bit more lighter. But I got used to strong leadership as far as that hard-nosed stuff at a young age. My father was in the Army. As I got older, then my mentor was Mr. Hall, God rest his soul, when I was in middle school, Coach Walter. All of those was real strong personalities and very strong leadership. As I got older, then I went to high school. Then it was Colonel Whitley, Coach Bell. Those guys were mentoring me. They was very hard-nosed. Finally went to the Army. Drill Sergeant Felici, Drill Sergeant Walls, those guys would teach me. They had a very hard-nosed approach. Went from there, got with Sergeant Eberhardt, Sergeant Price, First Sergeant Howard, all those guys. They had a very no-nonsense approach. So throughout my life, although I was a goof-off type of guy, and I'm very light when it comes to stuff, guess what? Those guys' strong leadership influenced me. So guess what? When somebody gets to yelling and shit like that, I don't let that stress me out, because it's like, okay, I've dealt with this since I was a child. My dad I know how it feels. Just like Shaquille O'Neal. Look at Shaquille O'Neal. It's like me and him, we have a lot of similarities.
I wonder why you love him so much. That's why I always call you the big fella, because you always joke about yourself all the time.
So Sergeant Philip Harris was just like my damn dad. Very hard nosed, no nonsense. You bring your ass in this house with some bullshit, we gonna take it outside. So I'm really, look, when it comes to guys like Michael Jordan, I got used to that type of leadership up until I was like 28 years old when I finally got out of the Army. It wasn't until I left the Army. Well, I will say this. In the Army, we did have a guy by the name of Sergeant Price and Sergeant Roundtree. They were very lighthearted, and Eberhardt, he's a little bit more lighthearted. But a lot of those guys were no nonsense. So you had to adjust. It's like, yeah, they gonna curse the hell out of us, and they gonna, call us all types of shit, but get this shit done so we can get up out of here and we ain't got to deal with them. So that's the thing. So I got you when it comes to Mike, I was used to that type of style of leadership, that real hard nose. I'm grinding on you very, very hard. I'm gonna ride you to the core. I was used to that leadership at an early age. And like I said, one of my best friends since I was 12, he gave me, to this day, he gives me the toughest time, man. Why you ain't did this yet? Why you ain't did that yet, man? You know you can do it. Yes, I'm used to that type of leadership, so that shit don't bother me. At times, I laugh it off and say, all right, whatever. And then I just
but that's because you're playful and joyful, Chip. But here's the thing, not everyone's the same as you. So you gotta understand how to communicate with other people. And again, before we let BRF go, one last thing. I will say this. You've helped me out a lot, because a lot of times I take myself too damn seriously. You said it yourself. Hey, God will find a way to humble those who do take themselves too damn seriously.
Yeah, not just that. It's just like, look, people would do. Look, I'm gonna just be real. The reason I tell people I don't take myself too serious. I make fun of myself and stuff like that, because guess what? When people see that they can trigger you, they will. If they see that you have something sensitive about yourself that they can tickle and they can try to poke at, they will. So that's why I make fun of myself. Like, you can't make me mad by calling me fat. You can't make me mad by calling me big. I call myself big. You can't make me mad by saying I need to eat a damn salad. I know I need to eat a salad, and I'm gonna go get one at Country's Barbecue tomorrow. And I'm gonna get all type of meat and cheese and damn eggs. And I'm gonna get extra fat on that just to make you mad and eat it right in front of you. That's the thing. When people look, when you take yourself serious, people see that they can trigger you. And that's what that's how come I don't take stuff too serious. When people see that they can trigger you, and I learned this in the Army. I learned this from my father. When people see that they can trigger you, they will try their damn luck with it. Oh, let's see how this old serious motherfucker take himself. Let's pick at it a little bit. Yeah. And they'll see how they can do that. Now, if they come to you and they see they can't mess with you, guess what? They leave you alone pretty quick. Or they go, or they scared that, hey, this dude kind of unserious. I might want to watch my step because I might catch a right. You know, so that's the thing. When people come to you and they see that you are very easily, when you're serious, people think you're triggered easily. And so guess what? They try to do stuff in order to trigger you. And when they see that they can't trigger you, then guess what? They take all that bullshit somewhere else. So that's why I say I don't take stuff too seriously, because guess what? You're not going to come around here and try to trigger me. Probably because you can't. Who's
going to trigger a guy who's 6'1", 350?
You'll be surprised. Look, man, people poke the bear every single day where I'm from. This is the state of Georgia. People don't fight no more. I'm just being real. People try to poke the bear. But the thing, people will look, even in middle school, even in high school, when they see that you can laugh and you can take a joke, guess what? People probably more than likely times out of 10, they'll crack a joke, but they'll move on to the next person who can get up under their skin. That's like, I'm gonna take shit too serious. If you can't take a joke, you can't laugh at yourself. You can't just say, you know what, man, fuck that motherfucker. I ain't got nothing. What you eat don't make me shit. I'm like, man, fuck you. If you can't say that, sometimes it's like, you know what, man, people are gonna continue to poke the bear. And you got to think about this. Where people like us are going at a certain place, guess what? Where, especially you, PSP, when you get up there to the big leagues, there gonna be a lot of motherfuckers coming around here thinking they can trigger you because of how smart you are, because of how brilliant you are, and because of how if you let you saw how what's the guy's name? Not Adrian. What's the guy's name?
Who are you referring to?
Huh?
Which person you referring to? I don't know who you're talking about.
ESPN, the kind of heavyset guy who used to
Damian Woody?
No, the white dude.
What white dude?
Ron Windhurst. You see how easy-going he is? The dude put a camera in his face right after. How the dude put the camera in his face after the New York game. Said, "I thought you said we was gonna lose." Yeah.
But that doesn't really bother me as much, Chimp. My problem is with people on social media is when they say derogatory things about my appearance and then even going as far as questioning my sexuality, which that is totally irrelevant. People on social media have questioned my sexuality, to which I even had. I don't fuck her, but I'm like, why are you bringing that up? Like, what? Because of my hair? Because of how I dress?
Hey,
I
you know what?
get it.
I have a smart ass mouth, and I thank God that you don't. I have a smart ass mouth, and you know, I be to told somebody, "Why don't you bring your mama over here? We can see how really gay I can get." So we can see how. So you know, bring your mama and your sister over here. We can see how gay it can get. So that's just how I look at it. I have a smart ass mouth, by the way, and I can cut some shit down. So when people make fun of that shit, yeah, you could go ahead and make fun of it. But just remember, your mama plays the chocolate factory every day, baby, and I'm willing to give it to her. So you can question a lot of things. But yeah, hey,
That's too much. That's too much now.
hey, look, but I'm just saying, look, it's called a clapback, my friend.
Okay.
Hey, when people start clapping, clap back, baby. That's all you got to do. There's the great word of a great man named John Lee Pride. There's a lot of good ways to get motherfuckers up off you. No, look, these folks do not know you. They don't know your values. They don't know what you stand for. They don't know you from a man from a from Adam. So fucked a lot of them. And hey, look, like I always say, mother made them, motherfucker. They don't know you. They don't know what
That's just way too much information, but I appreciate it. And to add on to it, on an update, I want to give a quick update. The Bengals defeated the Steelers 33-31. Joe Flacco 31-47, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns. Jamar Chase 16 receptions for 161 yards and a touchdown. A lot of shit that we just had to reveal, but BRF, Michael Jordan.
How we go? How we go from the term? How we go from the side of Michael?
Tell them down south you got to know how to clap back, baby.
I am going.
You right. You were 1,000% correct, right? But I was just like, boy, this went from Babyface Hill Michael Jordan to goddamn, what was that, the little boy? Okay.
Hey man, look, Babyface Hill in my own right, baby.
Mm-hmm.
But MJ is MJ's a. I think his aura. I think his aura makes him like a tweener, like his full on aura, because it's like aura is just whether whether getting in fights in practice with like Steve Kerr or like other teammates not really feeling them, like and like stuff, and then the kind of situations he got off into off the court, like the gambling stuff and everything like that, and it was apparently, I don't know if it's a rumor or true or not, but apparently and some people were saying his father, God rest his soul, was killed because of gambling debt. So it's like just so much I think like the entire personality, the entire just Michael Jordan image itself, I think you have to, for me, he's a tweener as well. Now I'll say this much, like y'all brought up the fact that he has been more involved in terms of like his his philanthropy, as far as like endeavors of that nature, speaking more on social topics, just trying to engage and be more personable, whether it's media, whether it's fans or things of that nature. He's done a lot better job of that lately, post retirement or whatnot. So he's trying to do the vital and necessary good for himself to kind of show, hey, I'm not that killer on the court who would just so laser focus on basketball. He didn't really want to discuss or talk about anything else. Like, he knows now, especially with like having the experience of being an owner of an NBA franchise and just he has a family, and just things have been going on. He understands the image that he needs to really kind of put out there, not only for the people that see him, but really for himself, because he knows everything that he's going through. So he just wants to make everything, he wants to do he wants to do the best that he can. He wants to live his life the best that he can while he's still alive, while he's still kicking. Because I still have Michael Jordan as a GOAT. I have him as the greatest NBA basketball player of all time. I have him as a GOAT. Still do to this day. I know everybody's not going to agree with that, but you know what? It's my opinion. Yeah, I think the full on ambiance and aura of Michael Jordan really does make him a tweener, because they're things that he did on the court that some teammates will respect and some teammates don't like. There's some things off the court that a lot of people are going to be like, man, I can't believe he was involved in this and all this other stuff. So people are going to get to talking about a guy like Michael Jordan. I think if Michael Jordan was in his prime today, we talk about how we talk about LeBron as far as his popularity or as far as his reputation, as far as as far as stuff like that. Like Mike in today's social media era, as good as he was, like at his peak, he's one of the most polarizing figures in sports media now, and he's been retired for over 20 years. So imagine if we got peak Michael Jordan this time of history. Boy, it'd be some of the craziest stuff we've ever read. So his aura and how polarizing he's always been, whether he was a rookie or getting ready to retire from the Wizards or just now. Just everything about him, there are going to be some things you love about him. There are going to be some things you don't like about him. Like I said, that's just my measure. But as far as like this segment as being a tweener, there's stuff that people are going to like and going to admire about you. There's stuff that people aren't going to admire about you. So I don't know. Like I have him as a tweener, but I respect everything that he's done. A lot of the things that he's done post retirement, and particularly kind of getting out in the open and really being personable as far as like things that are going on in the world, because he knows our generation still looks up to him. Younger kids look at Mike, and there are some younger kids that look at Mike and just admire his greatness, like from the highlights and everything they show, whether it's YouTube or just things like that. They respect him. So he still, even though I do have him as a tweener, I feel like it's his aura that does it, but yet he still commands respect in a way like you said, kind of God, like, what I'm saying? It's Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? They call, Larry Bird called him Jesus Christ in basketball shoes. What more can you say? What more can you say about him? So, but
like
yeah,
God out there.
he's sure, man, yeah. So but yeah, Mike's a tweener. Mike's a tweener for me.
Dwayne, that is why you break that shit. But I can't be talking the way the way I just went into unsafe.
You got classic Mike Tyson stories.
Yeah.
Remember him and Fat Joe?
Yeah. Oh man.
Then let's not forget Brad Pitt.
Yeah, because Robin Givens.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one. Snoop.
Oh. Face, man. Not because, look, I'm going to just be real. A lot of times you're not going to be able to please everybody. But as far as Snoop, man, he's put more kids in the NFL through his programs, kept a lot of kids from going down the same path that he did. Learned from his mistakes by, overcoming the case that he had at the beginning of his career. Showed young men what they can be. Signed one of the top artists from my hometown in the form of Tony Armani. Signed him. Shout out to him. Marshall alumnus, Carver alumnus. So as far as the great things that he's done, you really can't discount that. The way he showed up for the kids at USC, the way he has the Mother's Day things, do things for needy families. Like I stated earlier, remember the case he had on him in the first part of his career. I know people are not going to remember or are not going to forget what he did as far as, the performance is concerned. but that's one thing versus a million. I understand that 1,000 attaboys are erased by one all shit, but still, it doesn't erase what you did for these young kids. It doesn't erase what you've done for your community. It doesn't erase what you did as far as bringing up young artists is concerned, and it doesn't erase you as far as being the father that you were. Especially, we saw the show with him and his son. How his son was playing football, he was trying to be there for them, kind of be the father that he never had.
ESPN one, yeah.
Yeah, CJ Stroud. But CJ Stroud was part of one of Snoop's teams.
Deshaun Jackson too.
Deshaun Jackson. A lot of these young kids that are in the NFL right now that came out of California was part of Snoop's programs. And so, yeah, I mean, change the record business, change the way football. And look, he didn't just become a football coach. Guess who else became a football coach? Uncle Luke became a football coach. A lot of his kids became NFL players. So I understand people are going to remember the explicit lyrics that he stated or what have you, but you got to understand something. Those guys aren't living those same lives that they're portraying on the vinyl that they're doing. A lot of these guys, when they're saying a lot of things about certain things, remember they're model citizens in their hometowns, they're model citizens at their communities, and they're model citizens in their household. And Snoop is probably a prime example of that, because you ain't never seen, ever since that case got thrown out and he beat that case back when he was young, you ain't heard about him in no trouble since. The only thing he's tried to do is influence the youth and do things like that. So guess what? That whole performance, you could do one thing wrong and you could wipe your behind sideways and people will start criticizing you about it. So yeah, one thing doesn't erase what you did as far as a whole. You took kids out of the neighborhoods, you gave them hope, you was able to mentor them in order to get them into the NFL, to get them into colleges. And guess what? That's just what you did on the field as a whole. You shifted your music from being that gangster style type of music after you got from that murder case and shifted to a more party, more grooving, vibing type of music. So that shows me right off there that you learned your lesson from how that gangster lifestyle can get you in trouble. And you've spoken to the youth about the situation that you have been in. So guess what? Just because you perform for the president or what have you, guess what? It is what it is. Chalk it up to the game. You got paid. That's what you were supposed to do. You're an entertainer. Guess what? You are an entertainer. That doesn't make you any less involved with the community or any less involved with anybody. That's it. And, people are going to say what they want to say, but that doesn't erase anything. Hey, there's a lot of people who are around me who make mistakes. That doesn't erase what they've been to me. And you can only judge a person how they do in a totality of things, not by one thing. And remember, in the last election, he was the main one standing up saying stuff, and people were saying stuff about him then. And look, people are going to say what they would like to say about modesty and not being cocky. But look, if we really respected respectability and, being PC, being politically correct, then we would respect Travis Hunter for what he did this past weekend in the form of getting baptized. Instead, you have guys like Skip Bayless going on his platform criticizing him because he did it right before a game. So, yeah, if we really respected morals, respectability, and stuff like that, we would applaud these young men and old men when they go out here and try to instill something in the youth that was never instilled onto them. But instead, guess what? We pick out one thing, we harp on it, and we call them certain names that, guess what, shouldn't necessarily be called. But the thing is, that doesn't erase all the stuff that he's done for the youth. And the things that what he's did for the youth alone, giving them hope, putting guys in the NFL, getting them into college and stuff like that. Not to mention what he's done with his own family. I have to put him as a babyface.
Yeah, I agree, babyface as well. And look, just because, regardless of whatever relationship he has with President Trump, let's be clear. We all love and admire The Undertaker. He's a Trump. He voted for Trump. He had him on his pod. Mike Tyson. We already know about the situation with Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
So just because you vote for Trump, that doesn't necessarily make you a racist, a sellout, or anything. Although I do ask myself why. But Hey, to each his own. Well, obviously, well, we know why, but other things as well too. But yeah, Snoop, everything he's done. I mean, ever since the murder trial, and ever since what he's done for the football programs, keeping young kids off the streets, help giving back to his communities, doing a lot of great things. So you got to give Snoop credit on that. BRF.
I'm a little more torn about the situation. I mean, it's mainly because, like, before he did the performance at the White House, he did kind of speak up against anybody who could have potentially performed for him and all that stuff for that matter, and then he followed and proceeded to do it himself. But I will say, I guess I'll go along with it. No, I'll say tweener closer to babyface. I know it's kind of it's one of those situations that's like, I don't know, you don't know. I mean, you talk about it, it's like you're not really sure how to talk about it, how to approach it. It's just like, yeah, because like I said, I look at stuff like that. I kind of look at stuff like that from like from a political kind of perspective. Like, it's one of those where it's like, don't, what I'm saying, if you're gonna criticize people, if they have an idea of want to do certain things and stuff like that, and like, if you're gonna criticize them, you got to make sure you hold your feet to the fire and don't mess around and kind of fall into that that trap. I'll say babyface too. I'll agree. It's just that there's a couple of things that's in the media that he said that's like, but you know what? He's given back, like the football program, like his entrepreneurship and everything he's done. Dudes in the freaking WWE Hall of Fame, for God's sake. The show with Martha Stewart. Still to this day, one of the coolest concepts I've ever seen in a television show. Him and Martha Stewart. Like, come on, man.
You want to talk about the perfect chemistry of vanilla and chocolate? Look no further than Martha and Snoop.
And see you over here talk about me.
Please, we all know.
It's like,
why do you think the ladies call you the love chocolate?
Hey man, the love man.
Like you just wouldn't expect the show built off of something like that to work, but it did. So it's like
kid movies.
I mean, Ice Cube, I think there's a common misconception about Ice Cube, man. I think, like I said earlier, I think people need to understand this. These guys was a family man. These guys were family men at the end of the day. And the thing is, during his time at NWA,
we all know. We know, champ. Unlike most of them who were partying and having a good time, he was with his girl, and now they've been married for over 30 years.
And he was hitting them books. While he was in NWA, he was getting his architecture degree. He was planning on being an architect and using his money in order to build homes and stuff like that, build real estate and stuff like that. Yeah.
And then later on, he converted the Nation of Islam. He became a Muslim.
Yes. And guess what? These guys, look, a lot of these rappers, they portray themselves to be just like me. I have a character that I play on this show, but these are not dumb guys. These are smart guys. These guys, Suge Knight graduated from UNLV. A lot of these guys graduated from college. They hit the books. They are smart businessmen. So they have business degrees. A couple of these guys who own these record labels, as far as the, rap, they had MBAs, business management degrees, master's degrees. So a lot of these guys are smart men, but because of their aura, you would never have realized that.
I'm sorry, champ. I got distracted. I'm looking at what you mentioned with Skip Bayless and Travis Hunter. I don't know what the hell Skip Bayless mentioned. Why? RG3 is making sense. So when RG3, or better known as Bob Griffin, BRF, if he's making sense, what is that to say?
I mean, look.
I know I'm digressing.
Look, it's all right, man. Hey, man, this your house. You know, we just guessed. Just being real. But I'm just going to be real. When it gets to the point where you can't even praise the Lord and you can't even get baptized in peace, and people are criticizing you for getting baptized.
And he thinks it's a stunning indication that his head is not where it's supposed to be. He feels like his head's supposed to be at football.
You know what? When it comes between the Lord and football, I'm saying fuck football every day of the week. I'm just being real. I can make it without football. I can make it without football. I can't make it without the Lord. So Skip Bayless, he can say whatever he would like to. The thing is, guess what? For him to go out there, people can criticize Travis Hunter all he wants to, all they want to. You might not like the person who he married. You might not like his way. You may not like his wife or whatever, but he did it the right way. He didn't go out here creating a broken home. He got married. He had a baby. He did it the right way. His wife got baptized. He got baptized. They're trying to build a good Christian home together. So guess what? By conventional wisdom, that's the right way to do it, is it not? So for you to say that I am not doing anything and I'm distracted because I want to put the Lord in front of my life, you must be a damn devil.
It's just embarrassing. And look, just because he decided to get baptized, look, that's his choice. If that's what he wants to do, if he wants to have a closer connection with God, who is going to judge him or shame him?
Again,
it's preposterous.
A young man just passed away a couple of weeks ago, and they admired him because he had strong Christian conviction. So all of a sudden, when this young man goes out here to get baptized and do the right thing and have the courage to do the right thing, you're going to criticize him for getting baptized? You must be. If you criticizing somebody for trying to get close to the Lord, you must be a devil.
It is. Although, but look, and again, I want to be very clear because again, I'm not the most religious person in the world. I do believe in God. I do have a problem sometimes how people who are Christians, how they cherry pick the Bible and all the other stuff. That's my problem.
Yeah,
but if he wants to get baptized, why? Again, it's Skip Bayless, and yes, I know you're laughing, champ, because I'm reading the.
Dwayne, come on, bro. Come on, dog.
I mean, he's older than horse manure, but that's a story for another day.
Again, the young man is trying to do something the right way. I mean, you getting baptized and I'm getting criticized for being baptized? You mean to tell me that I can follow the Lord and do the right thing and you're still going to criticize me? So it doesn't matter if I act like Sador Sanders and be cocky. It doesn't matter if I act like Angel Reese and be cocky and unapologetic. I can be as humble as I can be. You not hear a peep out of me, and I go get baptized in my spare time, but you're still going to criticize me? That is the reason why I always tell these young guys, I do not believe in humble pie. If you're cocky or you're arrogant, be that way, because you're going to get criticized regardless. Because if you can get, I still cannot get over that. You get
champ. It's Skip Bayless.
No, it wasn't just Skip. Remember, the reporter asked him, "Why would you do that?"
But because it's Skip Bayless, champ. Look at his history. History will always repeat itself.
No, it wasn't just him. It was the reporter that asked Travis Hunter the question as well. It was
I know another reporter, but champ, Skip. Look, this is the same Skip Bayless who got confronted by Deion Sanders. We don't need to get any further with the whole Troy Aikman situation. We know that. This is who Skip Bayless is, man. I am not surprised with this at all. It's ridiculous. But again, in the words of Maya Angelou, when someone shows you who they are the first time, believe them. This ain't the first time with Skip Bayless. You know that.
I have never thought in a big look. The thing is, the reason why I harp on this is because that should be deemed, and it is. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's the right thing to do. I never thought in a million years that you can have a story in athletics about a man getting criticized for getting baptized. I have never heard of something like that. I mean, you criticize somebody for going out there and punching somebody, kicking somebody, flattening somebody's tires, smoking, drinking, doing all type of crazy crap. You criticize a young man for getting baptized? Bro, the end of days is coming, boy. I'm just being real.
Champ, as Don King once said, only in America.
Bro, look, hey, BRF, you cannot convince me because you know we stay in the Bible Belt. You cannot convince me that the end of days is not coming when this man got on God's internet and criticized another man for getting baptized. Guess what? Look, you better start taking your vitamins and saying your prayers quick, because boy, I tell you this, the rapture coming. If men are getting criticized for going to get baptized, some stuff finna go seriously wrong with this world, not just this country.
All right, yo. We get one last person for Babyface Hill. We gotta try to keep it real short and quick. Real short and quick with this one. Controversial one. Riley Cooper.
Oh man. You know what? I'll say tweener, and I'll keep it short and sweet because guess what? When somebody vouches for you and you make amends, guess what? I understand. It doesn't excuse the behavior of what you did, but I get it. And especially when Mike Vick vouches for you and says that, you know, hey, I talked to him, we had a conversation about it. And a lot of times I will be very, very honest with you. A lot of times it's not because of the R word. It just, a lot of people get so caught up in certain things. They think it's okay to say certain stuff when it really is not. A lot of times it's not just, you know, somebody's racist. It's like you get so caught up in music. You get so caught up in all of this other stuff that you think it's okay to say something when it ain't. We have conversations about what it's okay to say and what's not okay to say all the time.
We had these conversations all the time.
When it comes to certain things, you know, and we're not going to say about the scope of that conversation, but like I say, I'm real light about it, but you always emphasize, hey, because you know I'm not going to say it, but you know, hey, man, guys got to check themselves about what they say. But a lot of times people get so caught up about what they saying, they doing in private and stuff like that, and they don't think there's anything wrong with it. But, you know, when Vic comes out and they vouches for you and you clean up your act, okay, cool. I mean, look, sometimes the first impression is not the best impression. Sometimes you got to clean yourself up and go back into the building.
Tweener, and for those who may not understand what Champ is referring to, he's regarding to the 2013 incident in which Riley Cooper, he was caught on camera. I believe it was at a country music concert. The name of the artist was Kenny Chesney. Mm-hmm. He was drunk and he used the N-word with the ER at the end. He did apologize. He was out for like a weekend. And it's regarding Skip Bayless, Champ, because ironically, Skip Bayless actually wanted Riley Cooper gone for the sake of the locker room. Because, again, he talked about how the players in the locker room, majority of them are black. He felt like you burned the bridge. As far as with Michael Vick, and you mentioned Michael Vick, Champ, but at the same time, people are going to look at it and say, what else is Michael Vick supposed to say? You're the quarterback, you're the leader of the team, and you can't say anything negative about it because remember, Michael, let's not forget your transgressions, your off-the-field issues. So for Michael Vick, he had no other choice but to say that.
Oh, you sure? Because the thing is, remember, Bill Romanowski spit on somebody. Did Shannon Sharp back him up?
No. But after having the conversation about it, they forget to move on. But you know how the media is, Champ. And you always tell me you can't do what the white men do and think you can keep your job. Yeah. Mike Vick knew, look, if I say anything negative, if I say anything to condemn the young man, people in the media and the public are going to say, wait a minute, Mike, you're a firm believer of second chances. You went to prison. Not just any prison, Leavenworth. You, of all people, should know that, champ.
Yeah, Fort Leavenworth ain't no joke. But, I mean, look, I'll say
the media, the media, it would be a constant distraction because they'll say, wait a minute, Michael Vick, a convicted felon, telling somebody he should not be on the team, criticizing someone for their on or off the field issues, and Riley Cooper deserved to be criticized for it. Yeah. And just because, and I don't care if he was drunk. Hey. There's no excuse to me there's no excuse for you to be spewing that word.
Hey, but drunk men speak conscious minds.
Yes. But as a human being, I will forgive and I will move on. And look, champ, I am very big. I told you before this. I'm not cool with people using the N-word.
No, I don't even use it around you, and we the same race. I don't even use it around you. I use it around my other homies, but I don't use that around you because you know I respect that boundary.
Look, the only reason why I chose not to say the N-word and why I try my best not to say it on the show is because my therapist, who also watches my pod from time to time, she told me about the importance of that word. That is a word used to insult our ancestors. Now, and I don't want white people thinking that because I use the N-word to someone who also is black, it's acceptable. Because it's not, because they're going to think it's cool to use the N-word when it's not. And I'm sorry, to some women, not all, not most, but to some women, I don't like it when they call each other the B word. Yeah. Because imagine if someone like me, you, champ, or BRF, or any other man call them that. Either they be ready to fight, or they get someone to fight on their behalf.
Yeah. Well, there's no aid. Don't be surprised. There's some women out here that put two hot ones in you too. So, they put two hot ones in you sometimes, But to your point, yeah, you're absolutely right. But like I stated, I mean, if you're able to move on, I mean, one of the same things happened with Deshaun Jackson when he was playing.
The tweet. And I'm glad you mentioned that. The tweet regarding Hitler. But the Eagles, they decided to keep Deshaun Jackson. And I understand. Because wait a minute, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, who are Jewish, you kept Riley Cooper, given what he said. And a certain group of players who are black had issue with it. Yeah. But they decided to forgive and move on and allow Riley Cooper to be on the team. If you can do that, you can do this with Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. But like I said, I mean, I think once Vic kind of made amends with it and things like that, it was like, okay, you're a traitor because, like I stated, you do something and you never do it again, it's a mistake. If you do something and it keeps occurring, it's a choice. So yeah, that's why I label him a tweener. So yeah, that's just me though.
No, that's fair. BRF.
Well, before I go, I just got to say real quick. Shoot, I'm just looking at the highlights of the Rockets and the Hawks real quick. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to looking at Kristaps Porzingis in the freaking Hawks jersey. It's one of the craziest things I didn't expect to see. It's wild. But if Michael Vick didn't vouch for that man, he would have been stone cold lock heel. If Michael Vick didn't vouch for that man, for me, when people that are around a person give you a perspective, and they tell you what they know, they tell you what they experience, and they talk about how they feel about the person. If they do it in a glowing light, you do gain some understanding, and you do see you're not as quick to judge. You don't want to go down those same roads and those same levels as far as like being judgmental towards people. And I guess what separates, like, I mean, I kind of I don't want to go into it, but I feel like I should go into it a little bit. It's like the so-called Christians out there that use their beliefs just to spew hate and rhetoric that should not be spewed. That's not really what a true Christian really stands for. Because I'm a Baptist, and like you see a lot of these radical Christians talking about this and that, and it's like I can't believe here I am as a Baptist person myself having to be lumped in with you because we both believe in we both believe in him, and it's just it's sad. It's sad, and it's almost pathetic. But yeah, Riley, I'll say tweener just solely off the fact that Michael Vick probably saved him a lot of face because he wasn't really because he was a good receiver in college and he was decent with the Eagles, but then it's like that clip came out and drunk or not, it came out his mouth and it's like, dude, like what are you doing? Like what are you doing? Like homeboy, you play in the NFL, man. You have a lot of nerve to say something like that playing in the NFL, especially being on the team with the Philadelphia Eagles, who are it's a lot of us. It's always been a lot of us on the Philadelphia Eagles. So like you had some nerve to say something like that and then it come out. So, but yeah, I'm not gonna harp on it too long. Like Michael Vick, someone as genuine and as good a dude as Mike Vick is, if he vouched for you, the only thing I say is there better be something about you if Michael Vick vouched for you. So I'll go tweener for this conversation. But yeah, like I said, Mike Vick, a guy, somebody like Michael Vick could save you some face in a heartbeat. He'll, yeah. So I'm gonna go tween. I'll give him tweener. But like I said, he was, I don't know, just I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of the word. I don't like saying it myself either. And it's just kind of pathetic. You look at it and it's like you ask yourself, out of all the words in the English Webster's dictionary that you want to fight before, that you want to be all mad and upset of that you can't say, you pick that word. Like, come on. But it's just the time. It's the times we live in. It's just crazy.
Well, some generations after generations, they look at it as just a word, as a term of endearment, but they don't understand the true culture, the true context of that word. And look, I tried my best not to use that term because I don't like it, even if it's a term of endearment. Sometimes in the group chats, when they use the word, I just delete the conversation or I move on to something else. That's what I do from time to time because I just can't stand that word. I mean, there are certain terms, certain words I don't allow. The N word, the B word, the F and the P word that's like derogatory to a certain community. I think y'all know exactly what I'm referring to. And for me, just as big as the N word, the R word. The one is derogatory to someone who has learning disabilities or mental disabilities. That's a trigger word for me. I have a serious problem when people use that term in front of my direction, into me, because I struggle with autism. Sometimes I struggle with my speech and vocabulary from time to time, but I have a serious problem whenever someone uses that term in front of me. I just think that's just totally unacceptable. If you want to use something else, that's fine. But to use that specific term, yeah, I have a serious problem with it. And I'm not going to pretend like, oh, it's no big deal. It is a huge deal to me. And if people tell me to toughen up, grow up, or mature, nah, you don't get to determine what's offensive to me. Just like I don't get to determine what's offensive to you. So that's how I feel. But favorite boogeyman moment, y'all. I got the trial of Eric Bischoff.
Yeah,
I mean,
unanimous on that one. That's mine too. I don't think I have to say too much more, man.
especially when he grabs the clock, slams it in his head, and then he always says, "I'm the boogeyman, and I'm coming to get you." Shout out to Nesta because, oh man, you gotta talk to Nesta or Trell. I can't tell you what she said in the group, what she said in the live chat conversation I was on the S4U Wrestling podcast. Go shout out to them crew. I can't remember exactly, but John and Trell, they were getting after Nesta, and so that's where I came to Nesta's defense on. If y'all want the context of that story, y'all gonna have to talk to John and Trell about it. But
shoot.
Oh yeah, no problem, bro. Man, but that I think the board's unanimous on that one, man. That was great. Especially that, and I had to add the one that he came out with Little Boogie, man, with him and it was that was pure entertainment, man. To see that was because I loved Hornswoggle, man. I loved Hornswoggle, man, for various reasons. I loved it when they bought out not just him, but I loved it when they bought out Zach Gowen. Those were what I like to call precious moments where you just see things that you just can relate to. You get to see, something that you normally wouldn't see. And it wasn't like they was always being used as a joke. If you really read between the lines, they were being used as inspiration to show you some things. So, yeah.
BRF.
I mean, yeah, the Eric Bischoff moment is definitely always going to be one that stands out. But I ain't gonna lie, I think one that I have to point out, it freaked me out a little bit. I have to bring it up. You remember around the time JBL had the cabinet when he was WWE champion or whatnot.
Ooh.
And he had you should know what I'm about to say. And he had Jillian Hall in the cabinet, and she had that thing on her face. And then Boogeyman and then Boogeyman just decides to
Or when he kissed Carmel.
That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Basically, like
Carmel, though.
Oh my gosh, just oof. Boogeyman was a character. He's a character to say the least. And what good Lord, I mean, that one still kind of stands out to me because I'm just like, how the hell they still able to, how would they put this on TV still? Like what? But like man, just but yeah, like I said, him coming out with Little Boogeyman though, that was great too. That was great too. But you wouldn't think a guy that was like that debuted in the WWE to be kind of like a new kind of more intimidating supernatural presence, and then kind of became more of like a comedy act, but still was like pretty successful. I mean, it's crazy to think about, but the Boogeyman character was one in its own, and I'll leave it at that.
Definitely. And last but not least, in tribute to the late great D'Angelo, obviously the news died at the age of 51 after a private battle with pancreatic cancer. Shout out to the undisputed world champ, the big fella. He was the one who pushed to do the favorite D'Angelo track, so I will do that. Lady. I love Lady. Just the beat, the song, and I gotta say this. I mentioned this before. The Jamie Foxx, when he impersonated D'Angelo for that song entitled "How Does It Feel." That was hilarious though, and Champ couldn't laugh even harder because remember when I mentioned that with me, Champ, BRF, and shout out to our guy Mitch Kofsky. Shout out to our guy Mitch Kofsky. Champ was laughing, man. He was like, PSP, you the man, because I haven't forgotten all that shit a long time.
Oh man, that was cool. Not only did he do it, remember BRF Hits from the Street, he did a rendition of it too.
He damn sure did.
Oh man, I don't know who licked their lips more, D'Angelo or LL Cool J though. I mean, he just got.
Lord,
I can't with this man. I can't with this man, bro. I can't.
No, look, go back and look at the lady video. Go back and look how many times he licked his lips at the first 1 minute mark. Just look at it. I don't know who licked their lips for, D'Angelo or LL. Just always lick their lips.
Well, that's when you look in your lips when you're looking at that beautiful fine piece of chocolate.
Hey man, look, but I digress, man. Look, tribute, shout out to D'Angelo.
Yes,
because man, look. There was a video I particularly saw. I know it's not a track, but there's a particular video that Cisco had put up on his Instagram page, man. And he was talking about how, it was when him and Beyonce had hosted the before
MTV, VMAs.
And I never forget, man. He's like, look, he actually stepped out of the picture. He's like, look, D'Angelo, man, I just want to tell you, man, look, I love your music and everything. Go ahead and talk to Beyonce because she been over here talking about you all day, man. And, it was just crazy how, looking back on how she was fanboying. Her and Aaliyah, her and Aaliyah was
did that with Aaliyah as well, too, yes.
Yeah, her and Aaliyah was just fanboying over D'Angelo. Everybody wanted to see D'Angelo. And D'Angelo was man, look, much like Prince, D'Angelo was smart. He could play every instrument. He was articulate with his words. He was that guy. D'Angelo was that dude, man.
And smooth.
Smooth. Hey, man, look, smooth as a violin, man. Smooth operator. Smooth as a violin, man. I like D'Angelo, man. D'Angelo was cool, man. I ain't had a six-pack and shit like that, so I couldn't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
why not? Ladies love a big man nowadays. They love it, and they need them come wintertime.
We ain't going out. Hey, respect, but realism. We ain't going out. We ain't going out like that. Just no. 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 That shit, that song would go from untitled to retitled. No, fuck that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Heck no.
Oh my God. Hey,
no, sir. No, sir. You got You got to change the whole name of that song. Hell no, you ain't put me on Front Street like that. Shout out to the ladies that love the big fella like us, but I ain't going out like that. No, sir. That is for D'Angelo and D'Angelo only. I respect that man for even having the guts and the creative, the idea to even put himself out there like that. You got to give respect to a dude like that because everybody wouldn't do nothing like that. So you got to give that man respect. Hell no, I ain't gonna do that. You change the whole name of the song, you get one of us on that, boy. Hey,
even when I was in boxing shape, I ain't doing that shit.
Boy, no sir.
No, I'm good, but
I'm telling you, I'm more than good. Okay, no.
we go KSK go die from laugh on this day. But damn.
So it's gonna be no title.
No title.
It's gonna be no title. There you go.
They're gonna have to put edit tape all over my ass.
What? Shoot.
They're gonna have to put edit tape here and here.
That video will be from the neck up the whole time. It ain't going past the neck. Just no.
We might go a step further. We might have to put my ears
Boy,
on.
boy, yeah, you might, yeah. I'm about to say you might keep the eyes and nose in the shot. You can hear me sing. You can hear me sing, but that's it. That's all you get.
Look at my pupils. You know what I'm saying? I bet they need to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Go from now. How does it feel? How does it look? Because that's all you finna see. That's all you finna see.
As an appetizer, take off your glasses a little bit and put them back on. Do something like that.
How does it feel? Tell me how you really feel.
How you really feel? That's it. Yeah, no title. How does it really feel?
You know what? For the longest time, I did not know that song was called Untitled until like I got a little bit older, because that song came out when let's just keep it all the way a buck.
That song was what, 2000? Yeah, that song was like what, 2001?
Yeah, the new 2001. I didn't realize it was.
I think it was 2000. Yeah,
because remember, we used to call the radio station down here. I used to ask them, "Hey man, play How Does It Feel?" You know what I'm saying? And they knew exactly what I was talking about. I didn't know it was called Untitled until later on. So yeah, How Does It Feel? That's the big one. Lady, Cruising. I love it when we're cruising together. I love that song, man. That was a good one. Brown Sugar. I want sugar. Hey man, you should be surprised. Never mind. But hey, Brown Sugar was a good one, man. Hey man, look, got a lot of dances off that song, Brown Sugar, man. That back in the heyday, that was a good song, man. Send it. Yeah, send it back to you. That was good. His last album was a classic too, man. D'Angelo, man, number one. You one of the kings of neo soul. You was an intelligent brother. You proved that just because you look a certain way, that you don't have to be misconceived as unintelligent, man. Because like I stated, much like Prince, he played a hell of a lot of instruments. He wrote a lot of his own lyrics and everything, man. So I gotta say, you did your thing. And hey, got nothing to be ashamed of. It was great hearing your music. Thank you for making my childhood and my adulthood great.
I love how the way he wore them bandanas. His fashion though.
Yeah, and the hats and the guitar.
That's another thing that D'Angelo doesn't. I feel like he deserves much more credit though, because back then in his prime, boy, the way he wore them bandanas and them hats, brother had fashion.
Yeah, and look, it was a mixture of soul and the street and a little bit of everything, because D'Angelo was, he was cool, he was calm, he was a sex symbol, but he always, everybody know that guy, everybody know, what I'm talking about, BRA, everybody know that guy, he cool, he calm and collected, the ladies love him, but he got that look about himself, he ain't gonna try nothing with it. So yeah, exactly. He had that look about him, so you could tell by the way he used to look in certain ways that he wasn't no joke in real life. So I just, it's unfortunate that we lost him. And man, you should see the love that he got the night before. Remember Maxwell, he paid tribute to him when he was at a show. The great Jill Scott, with one of the most beautiful women in the world, man. Jill Scott paid tribute to him, sending him out a tweet. And that was something special. He was beloved, man. I would say that. And that music will live forever, man. I'd say the hardest thing about getting older, man, is, you start losing all of the people that you grew up listening to and you grew up admiring, man, because guess what, man? Although, people had their criticisms about the video or whatever, I admired that because that took a hell of a lot of courage, man, and courage that I ain't got.
Hey, look, MTV, let's keep in mind that they had a problem with that video. Go back to McDonald's Justify My Love. Right. The hypocrisy.
Hey, man, look, man. But there was a time, this is subject for another day, but there was a time where it may go to the gym. Maybe.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, you gotta remember there was a time where certain videos on MTV wasn't played until after 9 o'clock. So I mean, that just goes. But things were different back then where it is now. Things that we see on TV now, we would never see back then until after 9 o'clock. But I understood back then. I mean, MTV would play certain stuff in the morning before we even went to school. But man, to see Brown Sugar, Lady, Send It Back, How Does It Feel, Untitled, Send It Back. It was, I mean, let's not forget about Devil's Pie.
Mm-hmm.
The one that he had on Belly. Belly, and I mean, I didn't even know that was D'Angelo until after I watched the movie, man. So that was I mean, especially how the beat come in, do. I mean, it came in so smooth and gangster, and then you had his voice, man, that eloquent voice that he had comes in there, and that distinctive voice that he had. There's only a few guys. There's a few guys in R&B and neo soul that you knew they had their own distinct voice, and that was. It's like when the song came on, you knew it was them as far as R&B was concerned. And that was Alexander O'Neal, Jaheim, and D'Angelo. Those are the guys when the song, you didn't have to mistake and ask who that was. You know exactly who it was when it came on. And that was Alexander O'Neal, D'Angelo, and Jaheim. So those are the three guys. When they song came on, you knew it was them. So big ups to D'Angelo, man. Rest in peace, rest in power, and thank you. Thank you for the good music and the things that you blessed this world with, man. We appreciate it.
BRF?
Man, y'all pretty much named pretty much all of his songs, like all of his like bigger records, like that really stood out. I mean, and then you got I Found My Smile Again. That's an underrated one. Yeah. And and honestly, I learned something today, and I'm gonna have to download this song. Unshaken off of Red Dead Redemption 2. I did not know that was him.
Oh, for real?
That's him.
Damn.
Yeah, Unshaken off of Red Dead Redemption 2. That's him. That's his song. Did not know that was unaware he had a song on that video game. Was unaware he had a song in that video game, and that's actually one of the main, like one of the standout tracks from that video game. So he was because he was a fan of because apparently the story came out. He was a fan of the first one. He played the first one a lot, so he wanted to contribute something to Red Dead Redemption 2 and Unshaken. He created the track Unshaken and put it on Red Dead Redemption 2. So that's a little fun fact. I had no idea. So because I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2 yet, but the fact that Unshaken is a D'Angelo track and basically is like one of the biggest. I mean, if you've heard that track and you heard the flow and you like the power that song has, that song was tailor made for that video game. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, like y'all pretty much named all the hits: Lady, Cruising, Brown Sugar, Devil's Pie. Even some of some of his features. Nothing Even Matters with Lauryn Hill. I mean, just he neo soul is not neo soul without D'Angelo. He's almost like I wouldn't say the creator, but he was kind of like the fire starter, the innovator of the whole genre, to where you get like the Life Jennings of the world, you get the Music Soul Childs of the world, you get the Raheem Devons of the world, you get all these really good, just pure for the love of the game R&B artists, and it's a beautiful thing to behold. And just prayers and condolences to friends and family of his. It's so unfortunate, pancreatic cancer. Only 51 years old, and pancreatic cancer, man. It's one of those things. Like it's one of those things that kind of it should put into people's heads to get checked, go to the doctors, make sure you're healthy, because that's a silent killer. Because pancreatic cancer is one of those things. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to detect. And sometimes when you detect it, it can be a little too late. So that's one of the things you like, especially for the fellows like us. We got to make sure we're keeping ourselves healthy. We're because I know I haven't been to a doctor personally in a good while. So it's like it's one of these. It's health is something we have to stay on top of and make sure we're make sure we're at our best and taking care of ourselves. So it's just one of those situations that kind of it makes you appreciate life knowing we still have it, but losing a guy who's like kind of like an icon in soul and R&B like D'Angelo is just it's unfortunate and it's tough. So prayers, condolences to his friends and his family. But I tell you what, man, that music is timeless and that music is eternal and that music isn't going nowhere and we're gonna keep rocking it and we're gonna keep honoring that man because he gave us some amazing music and that brother will be missed. That he's an icon for us in terms of the R&B world and just basically creating a new genre of just amazing heartfelt music. And we definitely got to send blessings and prayers and condolences to his family.
Absolutely. Before we end off the show, let's give a quick moment of silence, real quick. Thank you. But gone, but not forgotten. But the reason why I brought in the Jamie Foxx thing because again, I still can't forget. I still laugh to this day. Sometimes when someone that you love or someone that you have great admiration and respect for passes away, no longer here, you always need something to laugh. And anytime when I think of D'Angelo, I always think of Jamie Foxx with that impersonation skit, and of course his music with neo soul, R&B. I mean, you heard some statements from Beyonce, Jamie Foxx, and so much more, man. But D'Angelo, man, gone, but not forgotten. But fellas, that concludes the rest of the Sports PSP podcast, almost at 5 hours, believe it or not. But that's why we continue to keep on performing, keep on giving y'all great entertainment, and we will always keep on great entertainment. BRF, any final words and tell them where to follow you at, brother?
Yes, sir. Always, like I say it time and time again when I come on here every week, pretty much. It's always a pleasure to get on here. It's always a pleasure to hop on the Sports PSP podcast with you two fine gentlemen. Always a pleasure to, just doing what we enjoy to do, which is talking sports and just talking real and just having fun and just, continue showing the world what we can do on a weekly basis. BRF, but as always, BRF Sports is the TikTok handle. Y'all follow that. My link trees in the bio, the Facebook page, the Twitter /X, the IG. I have an active Discord. I have an active link in the link tree. Y'all feel free to click it. Come join up. Find me. Well, you know what I'm saying. I'm Big Sugar 1122 with the BRF Sports logo in the Discord. Feel free to hop on. You're more than welcome. So I'm looking for new people. Ain't nothing wrong with talking sports and having fun and making friends and all that other good stuff. So always a pleasure. I continue to have fun. I continue to watch us grow, watch your channel grow. Our channel, our podcast is really starting to gain some heat. Really starting to attract some attention, man. It's a good thing to see. It's beautiful to see, and it's great to enjoy. So a topic I thought about is a topic I thought about. Always a pleasure to get on here with y'all.
Undisputed World Champ.
Man, kind of speechless right about now. Thank you for pushing up the show. That was very commendable. I don't like missing shows, and I ain't want to, not only that, I don't like to leave you out here by yourself on Fridays. But appreciate that, man. That, you're a real one. That was special, bro.
Anytime.
That was special. Appreciate. Look, on a sentimental note, man. Like I stated, man. I know on here I'm kind of out there. I'm kind of loud. I'm kind of as part of the show. But I just want to thank you two gentlemen for making this, for Sports PSP, I always give you your flowers and put me on. I really appreciate that. I'll continue to give you your flowers. BRF, you've always been a great friend, a great mentor, great person, great father. I just want to thank you two gentlemen for every ounce of inspiration that you give to me, and the words of encouragement, the laughter, and the joy, and the memories. Because people think it's just a show, but we create memories as we're recording. And I just want to give y'all flowers while y'all can still smell them. And I just want to say that. And shout out to Columbus, Georgia. We did real good tonight. But I just want to say I appreciate all of y'all, man. And PSP, BRF, I salute both of y'all as usual, man. So on that note, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Always, man. Once again, happy birthday, champ. Shout out to the big fella. Hope he enjoys a good time. Shout out to Mama Champ. Shout out to Ace as well. They've done a fantastic job doing raising Champ as well as Papa Champ as well too. So want to make sure you give the big fella's family his credit and due. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Please, everyone, stay safe. If you're going to go to a bar, have a drink, please drink responsibly. Please have a good time. Be around family, be around friends, enjoy life. Soon, a couple of weeks, Halloween is coming up soon. Focus on just having a good time, making sure the kids have the right types of costumes or outfits for trick-or-treating. Just have a good time, because the last thing we want to hear is tragedies. We don't need that. We just want people to have a good time, and we want people to be, more importantly, safe. So, fellas, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Thanks for the audience for tuning in, and we is out. Peace.